That's my quant.
Your what?
My quantitative.
You show me a pay stub for $72,000 on it, I quit my job right now and I work for you.
Be first,
Gentlemen,
be smarter, or cheat.
papacitos.
I'm not fucking leaving.
Mamacitas.
Sell it all.
Good evening. Good afternoon.
It's beautiful.
Good morning.
Welcome to the fucking.
Welcome to the show. Another beautiful day here in Houston, Texas. Excited to be here with you guys. I'm in for Amit. Amit obviously is at CES, and so I had the opportunity to then take on this role for him today. I will not do it justice. Amit obviously is a superior human being. He does this every day. He does it phenomenally. And so this is me just trying to capture any sort of attention that I can. Because he does such a good job of it. I hope to have some guests on to the best of my ability. We'll see if we can get some friends on. If anybody wants to come on, please message me on WhatsApp. Let me know. If you don't have my number, there's probably a reason you don't have it, so you probably won't be invited. But if you do, feel free to hop on. But excited, very excited to be here. Do I have my bell? Did it fall off my desk? Where is it? I got to clean this desk. This desk is between flying back and forth and everything. This desk is an absolute mess. There's a bell on here somewhere, man. There's got to be. But yes, appreciate everyone being here and appreciate what is going on. Yes, the thumbnail was a Maddie Mullah special. I was walking out of the office. You guys know I work in 9 to 5. Let me take off my badge. And I was like, I need to make a great thumbnail. So I copied and pasted some really cool photos in there. One of myself, one of the Nike Tech, and one of the SUV version of the Cybertruck. So it was really cool to be able to hop into that and knock that out on my walk to the car. But some interesting things going on in the markets today before I pull up maybe some of the actual tickers that you guys might be interested in. Let's just see. So obviously we have CES. That's why Amit's not here. So hopefully we'll be able to chime into that and hopefully we don't miss too much of it. But the last 48 hours have been pretty crazy, obviously, with everything that's going on in Venezuela and everything else. So let me just run down a quick list of kind of the things that I noted, and some of these might be a little old, but might be appreciated to at least catch up on. So last 48 hours, a lot of political shift going on with respect to Venezuela and a lot of things coming out of Washington, obviously. So there's that piece. Obviously, Maduro getting captured on January 3rd has a lot of implications. So we'll see what potentially happens when he actually faces trial. Apparently he's claiming that he is not guilty on any of those charges that are being held against him. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. Obviously stocks explode. Chevron, Exxon were up huge today. I know Amit covered that in the open, but we will see what the implications of that are. Obviously that has potential trickle down effects of second degree companies associated with that, or derivative companies like Schlumberger and follow-on companies that might have opportunities to continue. Some people are talking about ConocoPhillips. Will they get involved? And it's a very complex history, right? So the 70s, everything was nationalized, and then back in 2013, even more so, things were even more nationalized, and a lot of companies left the region, and so. That's been part of the reason why oil production's going from 2.5 to 3 million barrels a day, all that way down to 1 million barrels a day. Currently, stockpiles and tanks are huge because they can't sell enough of the crude because of sanctions. But the majority of the people that actually use Venezuelan oil at the moment is China. They use about 500,000 barrels a day, potentially up to 600,000 barrels a day, depending on export and usage locally. So the big people that might be hurting out of this, depending on what happens, potentially could be China, and a lot of that has been used for paying off debt. So we'll see how that develops. Obviously, that might have been a reason why, right, to get after China, not necessarily for the implications that it might have on U.S. oil companies. As always, it's the first Monday of the year. Warren Buffett officially did step down, and so retired. I know we talked a little bit about that. I know Amit has shown that in the past, so nothing necessary to get that. Nvidia and Jensen take stage at CES, so that'll be a good keynote speech at the Fontainebleau Theater in Las Vegas today. Focused on on-device AI hardware, robotics, potentially Grace Blackwell and Vera Rubin GPU platforms. So excited to see that. Trump blocked the Chinese chip deal based off security. So that was something that was done on the 2nd. So that means that MCore and a couple other companies will have to divest interests associated with that. Versant, for people that have been paying attention, wondering why CNBC changed their logo and everything like that, that's because Versant was spun off from Comcast cable networks, and also USA was spun off as well. And so those guys obviously are now their own independent companies, so they came up with a new logo. So anybody potentially interested, Versant have been trading public. Actually, let me take a quick look and see how that's showing up. We have 4 minutes until the market close. Let's see, Versant. By this time, it should be live, and it is. Is it? Yeah, it is live. It is down already. Not bueno for Versant's first day. Not bueno for Versant's first day on the markets. I guess it IPO'd at $46, $47. That was kind of the hope, 46, 47, and now we are here. So interesting. Not necessarily bueno associated with that. All right, what else is there? So crude came up a little bit, 1% or so, $58 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate. I think that a lot of that has to do with what the heck is going on. Anytime there's any sort of market disruption, supply chain disruption, obviously that has implications on what happens. Crypto has obviously been doing well today. Bitcoin actually, at one point, I got a message on Robinhood that it surged to 94,000. Where are we at right now? We are 94.1. So curious to see if this has implications of people transferring money with the uncertainty that's going on. Maybe people trying to use this as a proxy. You know, will this be the start of World War III? You know, I think a lot of people think something like that. I don't think it's necessarily going to be that dire, but obviously any geopolitical risk is geopolitical risk. And so that could be a reason why you're seeing Bitcoin spike up. At one point, it was over 94.5. So we'll see what ends up happening. Obviously, we're still far ways down from peaks, which was 6 months ago. No, not nearly. 4 or 5 months ago at about 125. So we'll see what's going on with that. And then, of course, as of the January time coming around, minimum wage increases in 19 states across the United States. Let's just see. What is there particularly? Do I have a number here? No, but just minimum wage adjustments going on in 19 states where there's mandatory pay boosts. And so key thing, maybe what we can do. Thank you. Yes, no midstream ads. It's something I learned from Amit. You know, he always said, don't do midstream ads. You know, you'll get the revenue from people clicking on the video and watching it eventually. So unfortunately, if you're watching this after the fact, no bueno. There's probably going to be ads that YouTube puts on it. But in Keynote, midstream. So once you click on it or you leave and you come back, there's going to be ads probably, but no midstream. So as long as you stay on stream, there's that. And unfortunately, you know, there might be some White House ads on there. But appreciate everybody being here. Over 600 of you guys, almost 7. We just broke 700. So appreciate the 700 of you being on here. Let me get my Webull app open. Apologies, guys. I'm not 100% prepared. I just got home literally 2 minutes before I hopped on stream. So appreciate you guys bearing with me as I get everything up and running. And then we'll get into some comments with you guys. So let's see. Let me move this over here. And there we go. All right. Whoa. Later. Cool. So yes, Bitcoin up and doing well. Let's look at the NASDAQ over the past 5 days or so. 5-minute candle. Let's turn on extended. Not doing horrible today. 0.77 up. Let's check out Netflix. And we are after the market. The market has closed. So we are 91, so about half a percentage up for Netflix. Exxon increased about 2.5% on the day. Oracle down 1.5%. Bitcoin up to 94.1. Look at that candle. What are we on now? This is more than a month. Let's do 1 month candles. Look at that trajectory since the beginning of the year. Looking pretty bueno for Bitcoin. Hood up 7% today, ladies and gentlemen. What a great day for Hood. I know Webull did a pretty awesome move as well, because I think crypto 8.5. Meta platforms were up at 1.3 at 658. We have Apple, which was down today by 1.5%. Let's check out Riot platforms. I'm assuming that did well because of crypto. 4.5% up on the day for that. Amazon, they released, I think, Alexa.com. So there's some potential implications associated with that in the positive direction. 3% up for that. MicroStrategy up 5%, obviously. Heavily focused on Bitcoin. So obviously Bitcoin going in the right direction has big implications for that. Next Decade up to $5.40. Comcast up 1.5% after the spinoff. Let's see, Verizon. Some of you guys are in this for a dividend play. Let's do 1 month for this. Flat to down, about 0.5%. Transocean not doing so bueno. I would have expected this one to do a lot better. It's not doing horrible, obviously, but would have expected this to have a little bit bigger of a pump. Looks like it did over in the pre-market, and then into the day it kind of sold off a little bit, but only up 2% on the day. Schlumberger still up 9%. Big moves for Schlumberger. Transocean makes a lot of sense because it's mostly offshore stuff, and I'm not exactly sure how much offshore is going to be done in Venezuela. It's not something I am really tuned up on, or if it's mostly going to be onshore. But Schlumberger obviously will be impacted by that. There'll be a key contractor associated with all that, so that's up 9% on the day. This one was one I was looking at as Ethereum went above 3,200 on the day. 7% for Bitmine. So congrats to everybody on that one. I'm curious to see how this ends up at the end of 1Q. I'm still thinking that we will have a peak. Whether or not that peak, gets us back to all-time highs for Bitcoin. Not 100%, but what I am consciously confident on is that the end of 1Q and the beginning of 2Q, things are going to look pretty dire. So I'm thinking by the time we get to the end of March, if things are not at a peak or anything like that, I think the game is over. So there's that. Google continued to come down. That's fine with me. 316 compared to where it was like 330 a couple month and a half ago. So up 0.5% on the day. Dutch Brothers, I have some DD updates on this one. Down 3%. I'd love to get it back into the 50s, maybe even the high 40s. That'd be awesome. But they have released their new menus across a lot of different of the stores. I tried their sliders for the first time. When was that? Saturday, Sunday, doesn't matter. But 2 for $6. So you can get 2 of the same, or you can get 2 different ones. Maybe you can get one individually. I don't know. I didn't ask, but it took a little bit longer. So it wasn't like it was like 20 minutes or anything like that, but it did take a little bit longer to get my coffee than normal. They gave me the coffee, then they gave me the food. But they were delicious. I like the sausage slider that they gave me. And the bacon one wasn't horrible. It's just, I would prefer sausage. A little bit less bacon, a little less substance associated with that. the guy that I ordered from said he would have chose the bacon. So he said I would go double bacon, but I went bacon and sausage for science. Had to do it for the DD. It was pretty good. I think together like 450 calories or something for the 2 sliders. So SL Green up 1% today. Let's see. We have overall Bitcoin ETF, and then we have Google. What about just regular good old SPY, ladies and gents? Up 0.5% today. So regardless of whether or not people are being pretty fearful about what's going on in good old South America, it looks like the market is remaining resilient and showing up well today. Let's hear from the folks. We got some good. I appreciate the 5 gifted sub. I think I saw somebody give a donation earlier. Sorry, I'm not used to all the attention, guys. Appreciate you. I'm not trying to ignore anybody. Let me go to the tippy top. Make sure I start at the beginning. Let's see. Don't miss anybody. You guys are important to me. I much appreciate you guys being here. We got Nick Kaboom. We got Goodyear Spokane. We got Colin. We got Brent Andrews. We got Ticker Tap. CJ, Julian, Emmanuel, Rusty, Adam from Eden. All right, I like it. We got G Menez, FPL, G Mazza. What's going on, my guy? Olivia, John, Connie, Sam. We got the love of my life, Quan Tesla, the best mod in the game. Nabona Athiasino. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm trying my best. Marcus. Let's see. Gen Z T. Is that Tess Nej backwards? We got Junebug, Beaver, Elise, Ryan, Warden, Jessica, Kush, Greatest Vids, Canuck Kayak, Hot George, Jake Rizzo, the myth, the legend, Grab Bull, Lee Carney. We got everybody in here, man. Rupesh, Refresh. I think that's what it is. SJ Taveras. We got a lot of people. Simon. Yes, we got lots. Happy Me Fly, Raven. Here we go. This was a new member joining. Appreciate you joining. We got the Spencer. We got Command. Let's see. Watson Alex. Let's see. Oh, wow. We got lots of stuff. Okay. We have Adam Mead. Much appreciated for the $2. We got Sid. Thank you for the $2. Why didn't I go to CES? I work, guys. I work 9 to 5. So as you know, if this, all 784 of you guys, if you guys like this, you're excited, you think this is great, please, I would love any sort of additional love you'd give to the, don't need to pay super chat or anything like that, but just continue watching the streams. I try to go live with Steve as much as possible and do some other things. So that can help, with being able. I actually lose money generally for like the DD and doing investor stuff. Like the Miami meetup, I pay for out of my pocket. Going to Rocket Lab, I paid for out of my pocket. Going to Palantir in New York in August, was that September? Yeah, September 11th. Paid for out of pocket. So to be able to do this DD and be able to feed all that information back into the channel, I don't make any money. And so, any money that I have goes back into the channel. Just doing StreamYard. The StreamYard platform is $400 a year to be able to use, which is why I actually thought about moving to OBS. But yeah, just to give you guys some insights, it takes money to make money in this game. So that's not me trying to, the thumbnail, that's, I just started paying for Gemini Premium to be able to make stuff like that. So I do that to look more professional and show up good for you guys. Rusty, thank you for the 5 gifted. That's very generous. And Doug, dude, this guy must be made of money. He's got that rocket money, that real rocket money, man. Another 5 gifted from our boy Doug. Let me see. Let me go in about 255. Is where I'm at. So if you guys are, I guess 355 for you guys. So if you guys didn't put anything, or you put your question before 2:55 p.m., feel free to put it in. But let's just see. If it's usually A mat or B mat, that's interesting. Let me see. Let me get CES up. I saw how Jensen was presenting that. Going in the background. Let's see. Excess oil is completely different. I mean, unless there could be, let's just see. Is CES currently not up yet? All right, started 12 minutes ago. Okay, we're good. So we got CES up in the background. Nothing yet, but what I can do is at least I'll share for now. I'll keep it off. And then what can I do? Nope, wrong one. What's the one I want? There we go. So I'll have that. So whenever that goes forward, we can switch over to that. Yeah, year to dates. There you go. How does oil impact VG? I don't think they're direct competitors, but I don't know. No, VG is definitely reliant strictly on Henry Hub natural gas prices and spread prices in Europe and in Japan, Korea, obviously, but they are related to the extent that they all both are involved in energy. But I mean, really, what you're focusing on is the spread, not just the price, but the spread between North America and in Europe. So that's what's more important. Generally speaking, the spread from Europe and in Asia, I think it's so liquid now that that's where the real there's not really going to be like much of a spread from like Europe to Asia because everybody's paying for the same customers. So it's generally going to be pretty close. Like they're going to track, I don't want to say 1-to-1, but it's going to be very closely tracked on what's going on in Europe in terms of natural gas prices and in Japan, Korea. But the one that you need to look at is Henry Hub prices. So Henry Hub actually going down and natural gas prices down in the US is actually positive to an extent for like Venture Global next decade because it helps the spread. Now, of course, there is an element where 15% of the money, goes to paying for expenses. That the Henry Hub, 15% of the premium that you pay for the Henry Hub does go help offset some of the expenses. But yeah, like actually, it's more important about taking it from the U.S., exporting it. So if you could buy cheap U.S., sell expensive Europe, that's the benefit. But you have to think, would potentially Venezuelan oil, this is like a multiple layer answer. If Venezuelan oil is cheap enough and over the next 5 to 10 years, once that industry ramps up, which is going to take a long time, guys, you can't just turn on the taps. Yes, there's some taps you can turn on, but it's going to take 5 to 10 years for a lot of these big projects to really start to get in place. And I think the biggest importance, this is me speaking as an oil guy, I don't know anything about what's going on, but in terms of like the day-to-day transactions and who's going to be able to develop what and what have you, the biggest thing that I think will be best is if Venezuela utilizes, are we kicking off? Here we go. If Venezuela utilizes the American model to develop oil and gas, meaning private property, you get 15 to 25% of a barrel if you own the property, and offshore stuff, it goes to the government. So believe it or not, in the Gulf of America, the United States charges like anywhere between 15 to 25% on each barrel. And so that basically makes America one of the largest producers in the Gulf of America, and um, they don't even make a barrel, right? Like it's just all royalties pretty much. So if Venezuela can keep something like that, and then that be revenue for the government, then that revenue can be spent on infrastructure and everything in the U.S. or sorry, in Venezuela. Obviously, it's good for the people, right? And that's part of the reason why Guyana has had an issue with what happened. They charged not enough based off what it was because the risk was so high. But in Venezuela, there's not a lot of risk. Like the only risk is what quality oil are you getting? So that's all I'll say on that because people generally don't like oil. Like people always like, Matt, can you talk about oil on the channel? And then nobody ever really like they tune out after 2 minutes. So you get like 2 minute window. People want to know kind of the highlights of the oil, but they don't actually want to listen. So, but yes, subscribe mode is on. So if you're not subscribed, that doesn't mean you have to pay any money. Subscribing is absolutely free, but you won't be able to participate without that. I am curious. I do want to bring up ONDS. Let me see if anything. Okay, it's just an intro. Some cool graphics going on. So I don't want to devalue that, but I also don't want to get demonetized with the music. So we'll get more to it when like Jensen and them kind of come on. But yes, I want to hear people's thoughts on Ondas. A lot of people, I don't want to say are dragging me today, but I had a thought that, look, I think the stock has done extremely well. I'm not bearish on the stock. I just looked through the investor deck and I honestly was expecting more revenue. Like I was a little bit underwhelmed, to be very blunt, about the revenue projections, even with the most recent acquisitions that are going on, the EBITDA being kind of low. I wasn't expecting it to be profitable, but I was expecting at least like with higher revenues, potentially higher EBITDA forecasts. But that goes in hand with what's potentially going to happen when. Oh, this is kind of cool. Not exactly sure. I guess this is a fusion reactor. That's kind of cool. Okay, still no voiceover. Just the example of the fusion reactor. So yeah, with that, I'm not saying that Ondas is going to zero. I said it's uncertain with the future acquisitions and the current acquisitions. They just had 4 big acquisitions. That's why the stock ran from below $1 to over $12 or $13 today. At 11x in a short amount of time within the last 6 months because of this transition that has happened, the acquisitions that have happened, the ability to get more capital, and with that, they can acquire more companies. Like, I anticipate that that's part of the pipeline. You have so many people that are just sitting there being like, oh, it can be worth X, Y, and Z. And it's like, you have to think, is that going to outpace the market? Like, it could double, but it double in how quick of time? If it doubles between now and tomorrow, obviously huge, right? But if it doubles and it goes from a $4 or $5 billion market cap to a 10 billion market cap, a doubling over, let's just say 10 years isn't great. And so, yeah, there's that. Is it delayed? Is it getting, maybe I tune it down, go from a full 1080p to 720. Let's do that. Let's see if that helps, guys. All right, we got Jensen on. Let's listen.
To pack in here. I'm so happy to see all of you. You got 3,000 people in this auditorium. There's 2,000 people in a courtyard watching us. There's another 1,000 people apparently in the 4th floor where there's supposed to be NVIDIA show floors, all watching this keynote. And of course, millions around the world are going to be watching this to kick off this new year. Well,
Will Amit ask a question?
15 years, the computer industry resets. A new platform shift happens. From mainframe to PC, PC to internet, internet to cloud, cloud to mobile. Each time, the world of applications target a new platform. That's why it's called a platform shift. You write new applications for a new computer. Except this time, there are 2 simultaneous platform shifts, in fact, happening at the same time. While we now move to AI, applications are now going to be built on top of AI. At first, people thought AIs are applications. And in fact, AIs are applications, but you're going to build applications on top of AIs. But in addition to that, how you run the software, how you develop the software fundamentally changed. The entire five-layer stack of the computer industry is being reinvented. You no longer program the software, you train the software. You don't run it on CPUs, you run it on GPUs. And whereas applications were pre-recorded, pre-compiled, and run on your device, now applications understand the context and generate every single pixel, every single token, completely from scratch every single time. Computing has been fundamentally reshaped as a result of accelerated computing, as a result of artificial intelligence. Every single layer of that five-layer cake is now being reinvented. Well, what that means is some $10 trillion or so of the last decade of computing is now being modernized to this new way of doing computing. What that means is hundreds of billions of dollars, a couple of $100 billion in VC funding each year is going into modernize and inventing this new world. And what it means is $100 trillion of industry, several percent of which is R&D budget, is shifting over to artificial intelligence. People ask, where's the money coming from? That's where the money is coming from. The modernization of AI to AI, the shifting of R&D budgets from classical methods to now artificial intelligence methods. Enormous amounts of investments coming into this industry, which explains why we're so busy. And this last year was no difference. This last year was incredible. This last year, there's a slide coming. This is what happens when you don't practice. This is the first keynote of the year. I hope it's your first keynote of the year. Otherwise, you have been pretty busy. This is our first keynote of the year. We're going to get the spider webs out. And so 2025 was an incredible year. It seemed like everything was happening all at the same time. And in fact, it probably was. The first thing, of course, is scaling laws. In 2015, the first language model that I thought was really going to make a difference made a huge difference. It was called BERT. 2017, Transformers came. It wasn't until 5 years later, 2022, that ChatGPT moment happened, and it awakened the world to the possibilities of artificial intelligence. Something very important happened a year after that. The first O1 model from ChatGPT, the first reasoning model, completely revolutionary, invented this idea called test time scaling, which is a very commonsensical thing. Not only do we pre-train a model to learn, we post-train it with our reinforcement learning so that it can learn skills. And now we also have test time scaling, which is another way of saying thinking. You think in real time. Each one of these phases of artificial intelligence requires an enormous amount of compute. And the computing law continued to scale. Large language models continue to get better. Meanwhile, another breakthrough happened. And this breakthrough happened in 2024. Agentic systems started to emerge. In 2025, it started to proliferate just about everywhere. Agentic models that have the ability to reason, look up information, do research, use tools, plan futures, simulate outcomes, all of a sudden started to solve very, very important problems. One of my favorite agentic models is called Cursor, which revolutionized the way we do software programming at Nvidia. Agentic systems are going to really take off from here. Of course, there were other types of AI. We know that large language models isn't the only type of information. Wherever the universe has information, wherever the universe has structure, we could teach a large language model, a form of language model, to go understand that information, to understand its representation, and to turn that into an AI. One of the biggest, most important one is physical AI. AIs that understand the laws of nature. And then, of course, physical AIs is about AIs interacting with the world, but the world itself has information, encoded information, and that's called AI physics. AI that, in the case of physical AI, you have AI that interacts with the physical world, and you have AI physics AI that understands the laws of physics. And then lastly, one of the most important things that happened last year, the advancement of open models. We can now know that AI is going to proliferate everywhere when open source, when open innovation, when innovation across every single company and every industry around the world is activated at the same time. Open models really took off last year. In fact, last year, we saw the advance of DeepSeek R1, the first open model that's a reasoning system. It caught the world by surprise, and it activated literally this entire movement. Really, really exciting work. We're so happy with it. Now we have open model systems all over the world of all different kinds, and we now know that open models have also reached the frontier. Still solidly is 6 months behind the frontier models, but every single 6 months, a new model is emerging, and these models are getting smarter and smarter. Because of that, you could see the number of downloads has exploded. The number of downloads is growing so fast because startups want to participate in the AI revolution. Large companies want to, researchers want to, students want to, just about every single country wants to. How is it possible that intelligence, the digital form of intelligence, will leave anyone behind? And so open models has really revolutionized artificial intelligence last year. This entire industry is going to be reshaped as a result of that. Now, we had this inkling some time ago. You might have heard that several years ago, we just started to build and operate our own AI supercomputers. We call them DGX clouds. A lot of people asked, are you going into the cloud business? The answer is no. We're building these DGX supercomputers for our own use. Well, it turns out we have billions of dollars of supercomputers in operation so that we could develop our open models. I am so pleased with the work that we're doing. It is starting to attract attention all over the world and all over the industries because we are doing frontier AI model work in so many different domains. The work that we did in proteins, in digital biology, La Proteina to be able to synthesize and generate proteins, OpenFold 3 to understand the structure of proteins, Evo 2, how to understand and generate multiple proteins, otherwise the beginnings of cellular representation. Earth 2, AI that understands laws of physics. The work that we did with ForecastNet, the work that we did with Cordiv, really revolutionized the way that people are doing weather prediction. Nemotron, we've now doing groundbreaking work there. The first hybrid transformer SSM model that's incredibly fast and therefore can think for a very long time or can think very quickly with that for not a very long time and produce very, very smart, intelligent answers. Nemotron 3 is groundbreaking work, and you can expect us to deliver other versions of Nemotron 3 in the near future. Cosmos, a frontier open world foundation model, one that understands how the world works. Groot, a humanoid robotic system, articulation, mobility, locomotion. These models, these technologies are now being integrated, and in each one of these cases, open to the world. Frontier humanoid robotics models open to the world. And then today, we're going to talk a little bit about Alpamayo, the work that we've been doing in self-driving cars.
Dude, how
Not
crazy
only do
is
we
this?
open source the models,
This is all just insane.
we also open source the data that we use to train those models. Because in that way, only in that way, can you truly trust how the models came to be. We open source all the models. We help you make derivatives from them. We have a whole suite of libraries. We call the NEMO libraries, physics NEMO libraries, and the Clara NEMO libraries, each bio NEMO libraries. Each one of these libraries are life cycle management systems of AIs so that you could process the data, you could generate data, you could train the model, you could create the model, evaluate the model, guardrail the model, all the way to deploying the model. Each one of these libraries are incredibly complex, and all of it is open source. And so now on top of this platform, Nvidia
That's insane.
is a frontier AI model builder. And we build it in a very special way. We build it completely in the open so that we can enable every company, every industry, every country to be part of this AI revolution. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we're doing there. In fact, if you notice the charts, the chart shows that our contribution to this industry is bar none. And you're going to see us, in fact, continue to do that, if not accelerate. These models are
Google's a
also
lot closer than I
world-class.
was expecting on that, though.
All systems are down. This never happens in Santa Clara. Is it because of Las Vegas? Somebody must have won a jackpot outside. All systems are down. Okay, I think my system's still down, but that's okay. I'll make it up as I go. And so not only are these models frontier capable, not only are they open, they're also top the leaderboards. This is an area where we're very proud. They top leaderboards in intelligence. We have important models that understand multimodality documents, otherwise known as PDFs. The most valuable content in the world are captured in PDFs. But it takes artificial intelligence to find out what's inside, interpret what's inside, and help you read it. And so our PDF retrievers, our PDF parsers are world-class. Our speech recognition models, absolutely world-class. Our retrieval models, basically search, semantic search, AI search, the database engine of the modern AI era, world-class. So we're on top of leaderboards constantly. This is an area we're very proud of. And all of that is in service of your ability to build AI agents. This is really a groundbreaking area of development. You know, at first when ChatGPT came out, people said, you know, gosh, it produced really interesting results, but it hallucinated greatly. And the reason why it hallucinated, of course, it could memorize everything in the past, but it can't memorize everything in the future, in the current. And so it needs to be grounded in research. It has to do fundamental research before it answers a question. The ability to reason about, do I have to do research? Do I have to use tools? How do I break up a problem into steps? Each one of these steps, something that the AI model knows how to do, and together it is able to compose it into a sequence of steps to perform something it's never done before, never been trained to do. This is the wonderful capability of reasoning. We can encounter a circumstance we've never seen before and break it down into circumstances and knowledge or rules that we know how to do because we've experienced it in the past. And so the ability for AI models now to be able to reason, incredibly powerful. The reasoning capability of agents opened the doors to all of these different applications. We no longer have to train an AI model to know everything on day one, just as we don't have to know everything on day one, that we should be able to, in every circumstance, reason about how to solve that problem. Large language models has now made this fundamental leap, the ability to use reinforcement learning and chain of thought and search and planning and all these different techniques in reinforcement learning has made it possible for us to have this basic capability, and it's also now completely open sourced. But the thing that's really terrific is another breakthrough that happened. And the first time I saw it was with Ervin's Perplexity, the search company, the AI search company, really innovative company. And the first time I realized they were using multiple models at the same time, I thought it was completely genius. Of course we would do that. Of course, an AI would also call upon all of the world's great AIs to solve the problem it wants to solve at any part of the reasoning chain. And this is the reason why AIs are really multimodal, meaning they understand speech and images and text and videos and 3D graphics and proteins. It's multimodal. It's also multi-model, meaning that it should be able to use any model that best fits the task. It is multi-cloud by definition, therefore, because these AI models are sitting in all these different places, and it also is hybrid cloud. Because if you're an enterprise company or you built a robot or whatever that device is, sometimes it's at the edge, sometimes a radio cell tower, maybe sometimes it's in an enterprise, or maybe it's a place where a hospital where you need to have the data in real time right next to you. whatever those applications are, we know now this is what an AI application looks like in the future. Or another way to think about that, because future applications are built on AIs, this is the basic framework of future applications. This basic framework, this basic structure of agentic AIs that could do the things that I'm talking about, that is multi-model, has now turbocharged AI startups of all kinds. And now you can also, because of all of the open models and all the tools that we provided you, you could also customize your AIs to teach your AI skills that nobody else is teaching. Nobody else is causing their AI to become intelligent or smart in that way. You could do it for yourself. And that's the work that we do with Nemotron, Nemo, and all of the things that we do with open models is intended to do. You put a smart router in front of it, and that router is essentially a manager that decides which one of the tasks, based on the intention of the prompts that you give it, which one of the models is best fit for that application, for that solving that problem. Okay, so now, when you think about this architecture, what do you have? When you think about this architecture, all of a sudden you have an AI that's on the one hand, completely customizable by you. Something that you could teach to do your own very skills for your company. Something that's domain secret. Something where you have deep domain expertise. Maybe you've got all of the data that you need to train that AI model. On the other hand, your AI is always at the frontier by definition. You're always at the frontier on the one hand, you're always customized on the other hand, and it should just run. And so we thought we would make the simplest of examples to make it available to you. This entire framework we call a blueprint. And we have blueprints that are integrated into enterprise SaaS platforms all over the world. And we're really pleased with the progress. But what we do is show you a short example of something that anybody can do.
This is insane.
Let's build a personal assistant. I want it to help me with my calendar, emails, to-do lists, and even keep an eye on my home. I use Brev to turn my DGX Spark into a personal cloud. So I can use the same interface whether I'm using a cloud GPU or a DGX Spark. I use a Frontier Model API to easily get started. I want it to help me with my emails, so I create an email tool for my agent to call. I want my emails to stay private, so I'll add an open model that's running locally on the Spark. Now for any job, I want the agent to use the right model for the right task, so I'll use an intent-based model router. This way, prompts that need email will stay on my Spark, and everything else can call the Frontier model. I want my assistant to interact with my world, so I'll hook it up to Hugging Face's Reachy mini robot. My agent controls the head, ears, and camera of the Reachy with tool calls. I want to give Reachy a voice, and I really like 11 Labs, so I'll hook up their API.
Hi, I'm Reachy, running on DGX Spark.
Hey Reachy, what's on my to-do list today?
Your to-do list today. Grab groceries, eggs, milk, butter, and send Jensen the new script.
Okay, let's send Jensen that update. Tell him we'll have it for him by the end of the day.
Will do.
Reachy, there's a sketch too. Can you turn it into an architectural rendering?
Sure.
What?
Nice.
What?
Now make a video and show me around the room.
You know how useful that would be for me
Here
in
you
the
go.
oil and gas industry?
That's great. With Brev, I can share access to my Spark and Reachy, so I'm going to share it with Anna.
Hey Richie, what's Potato up to?
He's
Is that
on the
Ivanka
couch.
Trump?
I remember you don't like this. I'll tell him to get off.
It's not.
Potato, off the couch.
With all the progress in open source, it's incredible to see what you can build. I'd love to see what you create.
Isn't that incredible? Now, the amazing thing is, that is utterly trivial now. That is utterly trivial now. And yet, just a couple of years ago, all of that would have been impossible. Absolutely unimaginable. Well, this basic framework, this basic way of building applications, using language models, using language models, using language models that are pre-trained and they're proprietary, they're frontier, combine it with customized language models into a agentic framework, a reasoning framework that allows you to access tools and files and maybe even connect to other agents. This is basically the architecture of AI applications or applications in the modern age. And the ability for us to create these applications are incredibly fast. And notice, if you give it this application information that it's never seen before, or in a structure that is not represented exactly as you thought, it can still reason through it and make its best effort to reason through the data, the information, to try to understand how to solve the problem. Artificial intelligence. Okay, so this basic framework is now being integrated, and everything that I just described, we have the benefit of working with some of the world's leading enterprise platform companies. Palantir, for example. Their entire AI and data processing platform is being integrated and accelerated by Nvidia today. ServiceNow, the world's leading customer service and employee service platform. Snowflake, the world's top data platform in the cloud. Incredible work that is being done there. CodeRabbit, we're using CodeRabbit all over Nvidia. CrowdStrike, creating AIs to detect, to find AI threats. NetApp, their data platform now has Nvidia's semantic AI on top of it and agentic systems on top of it for them to do customer service. But the important thing is this: not only is this the way that you develop applications now, this is going to be the user interface of your platform. So whether it's Palantir or ServiceNow or Snowflake and many other companies that we're working with, the agentic system is the interface. It's no longer Excel with a bunch of squares that you enter information into. Maybe it's no longer just command line. All of that multimodality information is now possible, and the way you interact with your platform is much more, well, if you will, simple, like you're interacting with people. And so that's enterprise AI being revolutionized by agentic systems. The next thing is physical AI. This is an area that you've seen me talk about for several years. In fact, we've been working on this for 8 years. The question is, how do you take something that is intelligent inside a computer and interacts with you with screens and speakers to something that can interact with the world, meaning it can understand the common sense of how the world works? Object permanence. If I look away and I look back, that object is still there. Causality. If I push it, it tips over. It understands friction and gravity. It understands inertia. That a heavy truck rolling down the road is going to need a little bit more time to stop. That a ball is going to keep on rolling. These ideas are common sense to even a little child, but for AI, it's completely unknown. And so we have to create a system that allows AIs to learn the common sense of the physical world, learn its laws, but also to be able to, of course, learn from data, and the data is quite scarce, and to be able to evaluate whether that AI is working, meaning it has to simulate in an environment. How does an AI know that the actions that it's performing is consistent with what it should do if it doesn't have the ability to simulate the response of the physical world back on its actions? The response of its actions is really important to simulate. Otherwise, there's no way to evaluate it. It's different every time. And so this basic system requires 3 computers. One computer, of course, the one that we know that NVIDIA builds for training the AI models. Another computer that we know is to inference the models. Inferencing the model is essentially a robotics computer that runs in a car or runs in a robot or runs in a factory, runs anywhere at the edge. But there has to be another computer that's designed for simulation. And simulation is at the heart of almost everything NVIDIA does. This is where we are most comfortable. And simulation was really the foundations of almost everything that we've done with physical AI. So we have 3 computers and multiple stacks that run on these computers, these libraries, to make them useful. Omniverse is our digital twin, physically based simulation world. Cosmos, as I mentioned earlier, is our foundation model, not a foundation model for language, but a foundation.
I don't know if
model
I'm
for
interpreting
world.
this right, but my mind is
And it's
fucking blown.
also aligned with language.
I don't know.
You could say something like, what's happening to the ball? And they'll tell you the ball's rolling down the street. And so a world foundation model, and then of course the robotics models. We have two of them. One of them is called Groot. The other one's called Alpamayo that I'm going to tell you about. Now, one of the most important things that we have to do with physical AI is to create the data to train the AI in the first place. Where does that data come from? Rather than, instead of having languages, because we created a bunch of text that are what we consider ground truth that the AI can learn from, how do we teach an AI the ground truth of physics? There are lots and lots of videos, but hardly enough to capture the diversity and the type of interactions that we need. And so this is where great minds came together and transformed what used to be compute into data. Now, using synthetic data generation that is grounded and conditioned by the laws of physics, grounded and conditioned by ground truth, we can now selectively, cleverly generate data that we can then use to train the AI. So for example, what comes into this AI, this Cosmos AI world model on the left, over here, is the output of a traffic simulator. Now this traffic simulator is hardly enough for an AI to learn from. We can take this, put it into a Cosmos foundation model, and generate surround video that is physically based and physically plausible that the AI can now learn from. And there are so many examples of this. Let me show you what Cosmos can do.
The ChatGPT moment for physical AI is nearly here. But the challenge is clear. The physical world is diverse and unpredictable. Collecting real-world training data is slow and costly, and it's never enough. The answer is synthetic data. It starts with Nvidia Cosmos, an open, frontier world foundation model for physical AI. Pre-trained on internet-scale video, real driving and robotics data, and 3D simulation. Cosmos learned a unified representation of the world, able to align language, images, 3D, and action. It performs physical AI skills like generation, reasoning, and trajectory prediction. From a single image, Cosmos generates realistic video. From 3D scene descriptions, physically coherent motion. From driving telemetry and sensor logs, surround video. From planning simulators, multi-camera environments. Or from scenario prompts, it brings edge cases to life. Developers can run interactive closed-loop simulations in Cosmos. When actions are made, the world responds. Cosmos reasons. It analyzes edge scenarios, breaks them down into familiar physical interactions, and reasons about what could happen next. Cosmos turns compute into data, training AVs for the long tail, and robots how to adapt for every scenario.
I know, it's incredible. Cosmos is the world's leading foundation model, world foundation model. It's been downloaded millions of times, used all over the world, getting the world ready for this new era of physical AI. We use it ourselves as well. We use it ourselves to create our self-driving car, using it for scenario generation and using it for evaluation. We could have something that allows us to effectively travel billions, trillions of miles, but doing it inside a computer. And we've made enormous progress. Today, we're announcing Alpamayo, the world's first thinking, reasoning autonomous vehicle AI. Alpamayo is trained end to end, literally from camera in to actuation out.
Wow.
The camera in, lots and lots of miles that are driven by itself, where we human drive it, using human demonstration. And we have lots and lots of miles that are generated by Cosmos. In addition to that, hundreds of thousands of examples are labeled very, very carefully so that we could teach the car how to drive. Alpamayo does something that's really special.
This is huge.
Not only does it take sensor input and activates steering wheel,
It's
brakes
commoditizing autonomous
and
driving.
acceleration, it
Which
also
is genius.
reasons about what action it is about to take. It tells you what action it's going to take, the reasons by which it came about that action, and then, of course, the trajectory. All of these are coupled directly and trained very specifically by a large combination of human trained and as well as Cosmos generated data. The result of it is just really incredible. Not only does your car drive as you would expect it to drive, and it drives so naturally because it learned directly from human demonstrators, but in every single scenario, when it comes up to the scenario, it reasons about, it tells you what it's going to do, and it reasons about what's about to do. Now, the reason why this is so important is because of the long tail of driving. It's impossible for us to simply collect every single possible scenario for everything that could ever happen in every single country, in every single circumstance that's possibly ever going to happen for all the population. However, it is very likely that every scenario, if decomposed into a whole bunch of other smaller scenarios, are quite normal for you to understand. And so these long tails will be decomposed into quite normal circumstances that the car knows how to deal with. It just needs to reason about it. And so let's take a look. Everything you're about to see is one shot. It's no hands.
Routing to your destination. Buckle up.
This is wild. It's basically saying you don't need Waymo, you don't need Tesla. We're going to give you the opportunity to create your own using NVIDIA workflows, NVIDIA LLMs. And the way that why they're doing that is so that they sell more GPUs. Because like Palantir, like Shyam Sankar from Palantir said, like these LLMs are commodities. They're not. Let me turn off the music. They're not really the things that are actually going to make the money for these companies. It's the products and the ability to harvest the data. It's working with Palantir to be able to say and organize all this data in an unstructured way, structure it so that it's interpretable. And same thing with NVIDIA. It's being able to use NVIDIA, intake all this camera information, have the simulations, look at all the different outcomes so that it's able to act accordingly, create your own, utilizing all these LLMs to create your own software. All in turn, it enables faster adoption for autonomous driving and so many different other avenues that in turn, obviously, because you're doing inference, you're doing simulation, you're trying to mimic potential outcomes, it then turns to more GPUs, to which NVIDIA needs to make them faster, stronger, better, refresh, makes them more money. It's genius. I mean, maybe they have a licensing, like maybe if you need to utilize these LLMs, maybe they'll actually sell them, but they said open source, right? So feels like to me that means they're just going to give them away in hopes that You utilize them. And to me, that's going to be more valuable than trying to license them, you know? Just give them away. You're going to make more money on the GPUs themselves. That's insane. That's why my mind is blown.
We started working on self-driving cars 8 years ago. And the reason for that is because we reasoned early on that deep learning and artificial intelligence was going to reinvent the entire computing stack. And if we were ever going to understand how to navigate ourselves and how to guide the industry towards this new future, we have to get good at building the entire stack. Well, as I mentioned earlier, AI is a 5-layer cake. The lowest layer is land, power, and shell. In the case of robotics, the lowest layer is the car. The next layer above it is chips, GPUs, networking chips, CPUs, all that kind of stuff. The next layer above that is the infrastructure. That infrastructure, in this particular case, as I mentioned with physical AI, is Omniverse and Cosmos. And then above that are the models. And in the case of the models above that I've just shown you, the model here is called AlphaMayo. And AlphaMayo today is open sourced. This incredible body of work, it took several thousand people. Our AV team is several thousand people, just to put in perspective. Our partner, Ola, I think Ola's here in the audience somewhere, Mercedes, agreed to partner with us 5 years ago to go make all of this possible. We imagine that someday 1 billion cars on the road will all be autonomous. You could either have it be a robo-taxi that you're orchestrating and renting from somebody, or you could own it and it's driving by itself. Or you could decide to drive for yourself. And so, but every single car will have autonomous vehicle capability. Every single car will be AI powered. And so the model layer in this case is AlphaMayo, and the application above that is the Mercedes-Benz. Okay, and so this entire stack is our first NVIDIA first entire stack endeavor. And we've been working on it for this entire time. And I'm just so happy that the first AV car from NVIDIA is going to be on the road in Q1.
Oh, wow.
And then it goes Europe in Q2, here in the United States in Q1, then Europe in Q2, and I think it's Asia in Q3 and Q4. And the powerful thing is that we're going to keep on updating it with next versions of AlphaMayo and versions after that. There's no question in my mind now that this is going to be one of the largest robotics industries. And I'm so happy that we worked on it. And it taught us an enormous amount about how to help the rest of the world build robotic systems. That deep understanding and knowing how to build it ourselves, building the entire infrastructure ourselves, and knowing what kind of chips a robotic system would need. In this particular case, dual Orins, the next generation dual Thors. These processors are designed for robotic systems and was designed for the highest level of safety capability. This car just got rated. It just went to production. The Mercedes-Benz CLA was just rated by NCAP, the world's safest car. It is the only system that I know that has every single line of code, the chip, the system, every line of code, safety certified. The entire model system is based on sensors are diverse and redundant, and so is the self-driving car stack. The AlphaMayo stack is trained end-to-end and has incredible skills. However, nobody knows until you drive it forever that it's going to be perfectly safe. And so the way we guardrail that is with another software stack, an entire AV stack underneath. That entire AV stack is built to be fully traceable. And it's taken us some 5 years to build that, some 6, 7 years actually, to build that second stack. These two software stacks are mirroring each other. And then we have a policy and safety evaluator decide, is this something that I'm very confident and can reason about driving very safely? If so, I'm gonna have AlphaMayo do it. If it's a circumstance that I'm not very confident in, and the safety policy evaluator decide that we're gonna go back to a simpler, safer guardrail system, then it goes back to the classical AV stack. We're the only car in the world with both of these AV stacks running, and all safety systems should have diversity and redundancy. Well, our vision is that someday every single car, every single truck will be autonomous. And we've been working towards that future. This entire stack is vertically integrated, of course, in the case of Mercedes-Benz. We built the entire stack together. We're going to deploy the car. We're going to operate the stack. We're going to maintain the stack for as long as we shall live. However, like everything else we do as a company, we build the entire stack, but the entire stack is open for the ecosystem. And the ecosystem working with us to build L4 and robotaxis is expanding, and it's going everywhere. I fully expect this to be, well, this is already a giant business for us. It's a giant business for us because they use it for training data, processing data, and training their models. They use it for synthetic data generation in some cases. In some companies, they pretty much just build the computers, the chips that are inside the car. And some companies work with us full stack. Some companies work with us some partial part of that. Okay, so it doesn't matter how much you decide to use. You know, my only request is to use a little bit of video wherever you can, and you know, but the entire thing is open. Now, this is going to be the first large-scale mainstream AI, physical AI market, and this is now, I think we can all agree, fully here. And this inflection point of going from not autonomous vehicles to autonomous vehicles is probably happening right about this time. In the next 10 years, I'm fairly certain a very, very large percentage of the world's cars will be autonomous or highly autonomous. But this basic technique that I just described in using the 3 computers, using synthetic data generation and simulation applies to every form of robotic systems. It could be a robot that is just an articulator, a manipulator. Maybe it's a mobile robot. Maybe it's a fully humanoid robot. And so the next journey, the next era for robotic systems is going to be, you know, robots. And these robots are going to come in all kinds of different sizes. And I invited some friends. Did they come?
Did they come? Yay, robots!
Hey, guys.
Sorry, I get excited when the robots come out.
Hurry up. I got a lot of stuff to cover. Come on, hurry. Did you tell R2-D2 you're going to be here? Did you? And C-3PO? Okay, all right, come here. Now, one of the things that's really, you have Jetsons. They have little Jetson computers inside them. They're trained inside Omniverse. And how about this? Let's show everybody the simulator that you guys learned how to be robots in. You guys want to look at that? Okay, let's look at that. Run it, please.
These things are so adorable, man. Dude, look at that. This is just insane. Like, I don't think people fully recognize, like, this could mean that any car company that's behind wants to create their own tech and use this for autonomous driving. That's insane. I do want to buy one of these, actually. I was actually thinking about.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I'd rather have these than a humanoid as well.
That's how you learn to be a robot. You did it all inside Omniverse. And the robot simulator is called Isaac. Isaac Sim and Isaac Lab. And anybody who wants to build a robot, you know, nobody's going to be as cute as you. But now we have look at all these friends that we have building robots. We're building big ones. No, like I said, nobody's as cute as you guys are. But we have Neurobot and we have Agibot over there. You know, we have LG over here. They just announced a new robot. Caterpillar, they've got the largest robots ever. That one delivers food to your house. That's connected to Uber Eats, and that's Surf Robot. I love those guys. Agility, Boston Dynamics, incredible. You got surgical robots. You got manipulated robots from Franca. You got universal robotics robot. Incredible number of different robots. And so this is the next chapter. We're going to talk a lot more about robotics in the future, but it's not just about the robots. In the end, I know everything's about you guys. It's about getting there. And one of the most important industries in the world that will be revolutionized by physical AI and AI physics is the industry that started all of us. At Nvidia, it wouldn't be possible if not for the companies that I'm about to talk to. And I'm so happy that all of them, starting with Cadence, is going to accelerate everything Cadence. CUDA-X integrated into all of their simulations and solvers. They've got Nvidia physical AIs that they're going to use for different physical plants and plant simulations. You got AI physics being integrated into these systems. So whether it's an EDA or STA, and in the future robotic systems, we're going to have basically the same technology that made you guys possible. Now completely revolutionize these design stacks. Synopsys. Without Synopsys, Synopsys and Cadence are completely indispensable in the world of chip design. Synopsys leads in logic design and IP. In the case of Cadence, they lead physical design, the place and route, and emulation and verification. Cadence is incredible at emulation and verification. Both of them are moving into the world of system design and system simulation. And so in the future, we're going to design your chips inside Cadence and inside Synopsys. We're going to design your systems and emulate the whole thing and simulate everything inside these tools. That's your future. We're going to you're going to be born inside these platforms. Pretty amazing, right? And so we're so happy that we're working with these industries. Just as we've integrated NVIDIA into Palantir and ServiceNow, we're integrating NVIDIA into the most computationally intensive simulation industries, Synopsys and Cadence. And today we're announcing that Siemens is also doing the same thing. We're going to integrate CUDA-X, physical AI, agentic AI, NeMo, Nemotron, deeply integrated into the world of Siemens. And the reason for that is this. First, we designed the chips, and all of it in the future will be accelerated by NVIDIA. You're going to be very happy about that. We're going to have agentic chip designers and system designers working with us, helping us do design, just as we have agentic software engineers helping our software engineers code today. And so we'll have agentic chip designers and system designers. We're going to create you inside this. But then we have to build you. We have to build the plants, the factories that manufacture you. We have to design the manufacturing lines that assemble all of you. And these manufacturing plants are going to be essentially gigantic robots. Incredible, isn't that right? I know. And so you're going to be designed in a computer. You're going to be made in a computer. You're going to be tested and evaluated in a computer long before you have to spend any time dealing with gravity. I know. Do you know how to deal with gravity? Can you jump? Can you jump? Okay, all right, don't show off. Okay, so now the industry that made NVIDIA possible, I'm just so happy that now the technology that we're creating is at a level of sophistication and capability that we can now help them revolutionize their industry. And so what started with them, we now have the opportunity to go back and help them revolutionize theirs. Let's take a look at the stuff that we're going to do with Siemens.
I'm curious.
Breakthrough physical AI are letting AI move from screens to our physical world.
Foxconn, Kion Group,
as the world builds
ESMC,
factories of every kind,
Russo,
chips, computers, life-saving drugs, and AI.
CoreWeave.
As the global labor shortage worsens, we need automation powered by physical AI and robotics more than ever. This, where AI meets the world's largest physical industries, is the foundation of Nvidia and Siemens' partnership. For nearly 2 centuries, Siemens has built the world's industries. And now, it is reinventing it for the age of AI. Siemens is integrating Nvidia CUDA-X libraries, AI models, and Omniverse.
CUDA is important because if it's on CUDA, it means Google can't get it for Nvidia,
CAE,
of course. I'm obviously a Google shareholder.
And digital twin tools and platforms. Together,
For you
we're
Nvidia
bringing
folk.
physical AI to the full industrial lifecycle. From design and simulation to production and operations. We stand at the beginning of a new industrial revolution, the age of physical AI, built by Nvidia and Siemens for the next age of industries.
Incredible, right, guys? What do you think? All right, I'll hang on tight. Just hang on tight. And so this is, if you look at the world's models, there's no question OpenAI is the leading token generator today. More OpenAI tokens are generated than just about anything else. The second largest is probably open models. And my guess is that over time, because there are so many companies, so many researchers, so many different types of domains and modalities, that open source models will be by far the largest. Let's talk about somebody really special. You guys want to do that? Let's talk about Vera Rubin. Vera Rubin, yeah, go ahead. She's an American astronomer. She was the first to observe. She noticed that the tails of the galaxies were moving about as fast as the center of the galaxies. Well, I know it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Newtonian physics would say, just like the solar system, the planets further away from the sun is circling the sun slower than the planets closer to the sun. And therefore, it makes no sense that this happens unless there's invisible bodies, we call them, she discovered dark matter, that occupy space even though we don't see it. And so Vera Rubin is the person that we named our next computer after. Isn't that a good idea? I know. Okay, Vera Rubin is designed to address this fundamental challenge that we have. The amount of computation necessary for AI is skyrocketing. The demand for NVIDIA GPUs is skyrocketing. It's skyrocketing because models are increasing by a factor of 10, an order of a magnitude every single year. And not to mention, as I mentioned, O1's introduction was an inflection point for AI. Instead of a one-shot answer, inference is now a thinking process. And in order to teach the AI how to think, reinforcement learning and very significant computation was introduced into post-training. It's no longer supervised fine-tuning, or otherwise known as imitation learning or supervision training. You now have reinforcement learning, essentially the computer trying different iterations itself, learning how to perform a task. The amount of computation for pre-training, for post-training, for test time scaling has exploded as a result of that. And now every single inference that we do, instead of just one shot, the number of tokens, you could just see the AIs think, which we appreciate. The longer it thinks, oftentimes it produces a better answer. And so test time scaling causes the number of tokens to be generated to increase by 5x every single year. Not to mention, meanwhile, the race is on for AI. Everybody's trying to get to the next level. Everybody's trying to get to the next frontier. And every time they get to the next frontier, the last generation AI tokens, the cost starts to decline, about a factor of 10x every year. The 10x decline every year is actually telling you something different. It's saying that the race is so intense. Everybody's trying to get to the next level, and somebody is getting to the next level. And so therefore, all of it is a computing problem. The faster you compute, the sooner you can get to the next level of the next frontier. All of these things are simultaneously happening at the same time. And so we decided that we have to advance the state of the art of computation every single year, not 1 year left behind. And now we've been shipping GB200s a year and a half ago. Right now we're in full-scale manufacturing of GB300. And if Vera Rubin is going to be in time for this year, it must be in production by now. And so today I can tell you that Vera Rubin is in full production. You guys want to take a look at Vera Rubin? All right, come on. Play it, please.
Vera Rubin arrives just in time for the next frontier of AI. This is the story of how we built it. The architecture, a system of 6 chips, engineered to work as one, born from extreme co-design. It begins with Vera, a custom-designed CPU, double the performance of the previous generation, and the Rubin GPU. Vera and Rubin are co-designed from the start to bidirectionally and coherently share data faster and with lower latency. Then, 17,000 components come together on a Vera Rubin compute board. High-speed robots place components with micron precision before the Vera CPU and 2 Rubin GPUs complete the assembly. Capable of delivering 100 petaflops of AI, 5 times that of its predecessor. AI needs data, fast. Connect X9 delivers 1.6 terabits per second of scale-out bandwidth to each GPU.
Jesus Christ.
Bluefield 4 DPU offloads storage and security, so compute stays fully focused on AI. The Vera Rubin compute tray, completely redesigned with no cables, hoses, or fans.
What?
Featuring a Bluefield 4 DPU, 8 Connect X9 NICs, 2 Vera CPUs, and 4 Rubin GPUs. The compute building block of the Vera Rubin AI supercomputer. Next,
modularity,
the
bro.
6th generation NVLink switch. Moving more data than the global internet, connecting 18 compute nodes, scaling up to 72 Rubin GPUs, operating as one. Then, Spectrum X Ethernet Photonics. The world's first Ethernet switch with 512 lanes and 200 gigabit capable co-packaged optics scale out thousands of racks into an AI factory. 15,000 engineer years since design began, the first Vera Rubin NVL72 rack comes online. 6 breakthrough chips, 18 compute trays, 9 NVLink switch trays, 220 trillion transistors, weighing nearly 2 tons. One giant leap to the next frontier of AI. Rubin is here.
What do you guys think? This is a Rubin pod, 1,152 GPUs in 16 racks. Each one of the racks, as you know, has 72 Vera Rubin, or 72 Rubins. Each one of the Rubins is 2 actual GPU dies connected together. I'm going to show it to you. But there are several things that, well, I'll tell you later. I can't tell you everything right away. Well, we designed 6 different chips. First of all, we have a rule inside our company, and it's a good rule. No new generation should have more than 1 or 2 chips change. But the problem is this. As you can see, we were describing the total number of transistors in each one of the chips that were being described, and we know that Moore's law has largely slowed. And so the number of transistors we can get year after year after year can't possibly keep up with the 10 times larger models. It can't possibly keep up with 5 times per year more tokens generated. It can't possibly keep up with the fact that cost decline of the tokens are going to be so aggressive. It is impossible to keep up with those kind of rates if for the industry to continue to advance unless we deploy aggressive, extreme co-design basically innovating across all of the chips, across the entire stack, all at the same time, which is the reason why we decided that this generation, we had no choice but to design every chip over again. Now, every single chip that we were describing just now can be a press conference in all in itself. And there's an entire company who's probably dedicated to doing that back in the old days. Each one of them are completely revolutionary and the best of its kind. The Vera CPU, I'm so proud of it. In a power-constrained world, Grace CPU is 2 times the performance. In a power-constrained world, it's twice the performance per watt of the world's most advanced CPUs. Its data rate is insane. It was designed to process supercomputers. And Vera was an incredible GPU. Grace was an incredible GPU. Now Vera increases the single-threaded performance, increases the capacity of the memory, increases everything just dramatically. It's a giant chip. This is the Vera CPU. This is one CPU. And this is connected to the Rubin GPU. Look at that thing. It's a giant chip. Now, the thing that's really special, and I'll go through these. It's going to take 3 hands, I think, 4 hands to do this. Okay, so this is the Vera CPU. It's got 88 CPU cores, and the CPU cores are designed to be multi-threaded. But the multi-threaded nature of Vera was designed so that each one of the 176 threads could get its full performance. So it's essentially as if there's 176 cores, but only 88 physical cores. So these cores were designed in using a technology called spatial multi-threading. But the I/O performance is incredible. This is the Rubin GPU. It's 5x Blackwell in floating performance. But the important thing is go to the bottom line. The bottom line, it's only 1.6 times the number of transistors of Blackwell. That kind of tells you something about the levels of semiconductor physics today. If we don't do co-design, if we don't do extreme co-design at the level of basically every single chip across the entire system, how is it possible we deliver performance levels that is, at best 1.6 times each year? Because that's the total number of transistors you have. And even if you were to have a little bit more performance per transistor, say 25%, it's impossible to get 100% yield out of the number of transistors you get. And so 1.6x kind of puts a ceiling on how far performance can go each year unless you do something extreme, and we call it extreme co-design. Well, one of the things that we did, and it was a great invention, is called NVFP4 Tensor Core. The transformer engine inside our chip is not just a 4-bit floating point number somehow that we put into the data path. It is an entire processor, a processing unit that understands how to dynamically, adaptively adjust its precision and structure to deal with different levels of the transformer so that you can achieve higher throughput wherever it's possible to lose precision and to go back to the highest possible precision wherever you need to. That ability to dynamically do that, you can't do this in software because obviously it's just running too fast. And so you have to be able to do it adaptively inside the processor. That's what an NVFP4 is. When somebody says FP4 or FP8, it almost means nothing to us. And the reason for that is because it's the tensor core structure and all of the algorithms that makes it work. NVFP4, we've published papers on this already. The precision that the level of throughput and precision is able to retain is completely incredible. This is groundbreaking work. I would not be surprised if the industry would like us to make this format and this structure an industry standard in the future. This is completely revolutionary. This is how we were able to deliver such a gigantic step up in performance, even though we only have 1.6 times the number of transistors. Okay, so this is, and now once you have a great processing node, and this is the processor node, and inside, so this is for example, here, let me do this.
Dude, 800 gigabytes per second
is wow, super heavy. You have to be a CEO in really good shape to do this job. Okay, all right. So this thing is, I'm gonna guess, this is probably, I don't know, a couple of 100 pounds. I thought that was funny too. Come on, it could have been. Everybody's going, no, I don't think so. All right, so look at this. This is the last one. We revolutionized the entire MGX chassis. This node, 43 cables, 0 cables.
Wow.
6 tubes, just 2 of them here. It takes 2 hours to assemble this. If you're lucky, it takes 2 hours. And of course, you're probably going to assemble it wrong. You're going to have to retest it, test it, reassemble it. So the assembly process is incredibly complicated. And it was understandable as one of our first supercomputers that's deconstructed in this way. This, from 2 hours
2 minutes
to 5 minutes.
Damn it. Either way, that's... But the modularity too, like if one of your unit fails...
100% liquid cooled.
So much less
really a breakthrough.
work.
Okay, so this is the new compute chassis. And what connects all of these to the top of rack switches, the east-west traffic, is called the Spectrum X NIC. This is the world's best NIC. Unquestionably, NVIDIA's Mellanox, the acquisition Mellanox that joined us a long time ago now, their networking technology for high-performance computing is the world's best, bar none. The algorithms, the chip design, all of the interconnects, all the software stacks that run on top of it, their RDMA, absolutely, bar none, the world's best. And now it has the ability to do programmable RDMA and data path accelerator so that our partners like AI Labs could create their own algorithms for how they want to move data around the system. But this is completely world-class, ConnectX. ConnectX 9 and the Vera CPU were co-designed, and we never revealed it, never released it until CX9 came along, because we co-designed it for a new type of processor. You know, ConnectX 9, or CX8 and Spectrum X revolutionized how Ethernet was done for artificial intelligence. Ethernet traffic for AI is much more intense, requires much lower latency. The instantaneous surge of traffic is unlike anything Ethernet sees. And so we created Spectrum X, which is AI Ethernet. 2 years ago, we announced Spectrum X. NVIDIA today is the largest networking company the world has ever seen. So it's been so successful and used in so many different installations. It is just sweeping the AI landscape. The performance is incredible, especially when you have a 200 megawatt data center, or if you have a gigawatt data center. These are billions of dollars. Let's say a gigawatt data center is $50 billion. If the networking performance allows you to deliver an extra 10%, in the case of Spectrum X, delivering 25% higher throughput is not uncommon. If we were to just deliver 10%, that's worth $5 billion. The networking is completely free, which is the reason why, well, everybody uses Spectrum X. It's just an incredible thing. And now we're going to invent a new type of data processing. And so Spectrum X is for east-west traffic. We now have a new processor called BlueField 4. BlueField 4 allows us to take a very large data center, isolate different parts of it so that different users could use different parts of it, make sure that everything could be virtualized if they decide to be virtualized. So you offload a lot of the virtualization software, the security software, the networking software for your north-south traffic. And so BlueField 4 comes standard with every single one of these compute nodes. BlueField 4 has a second application I'm going to talk about in just a second. This is a revolutionary processor, and I'm so excited about it. This is the NVLink 6 switch, and it's right here. This is this switch chip. There are 4 of them inside the NVLink switch here. Each one of these switch chips has the fastest SerDes in history. The world is barely getting to 200 gigabits. This is 400 gigabits per second switch. The reason why this is so important is so that we could have every single GPU talk to every other GPU at exactly the same time. This switch on the backplane of one of these racks enables us to move the equivalent of twice the amount of the global internet data. All of the world's internet data at twice the speed. You take the cross-sectional bandwidth of the entire planet's internet, it's about 100 terabytes per second. This is 240 terabytes per second. So it kind of puts it in perspective. This is so that every single GPU can work with every single other GPU at exactly the same time. Okay, then on top of that, okay, so this is one rack. This is one rack. Each one of the racks, as you can see, the number of transistors in this one rack is 1.7 times. Yeah, could you do this for me? So this is, it's usually about 2 tons, but today it's 2.5 tons because when they shipped it, they forgot to drain the water out of it. So we shipped a lot of water from California. Can you hear it squealing? You know, when you're rotating 2.5 tons, you're gonna squeal a little. Oh, you could do it. Wow. Okay, we won't make you do that twice. All right, so behind this are the NVLink spines. Basically 2 miles of copper cables. Copper is the best conductor we know. And these are all shielded copper cables, structured copper cables, the most the world's ever used in computing systems ever. And our SerDes drive the copper cables from the top of the rack all the way to the bottom of the rack at 400 gigabits per second. It's incredible. And so this has 2 miles of total copper cables, 5,000 copper cables. And this makes the NVLink spine possible. This is the revolution that really started the NGX system. Now we decided that we would create an industry standard system so that the entire ecosystem, all of our supply chain could standardize on these components. There are some 80,000 different components that make up these NGX systems. And it's a total waste if we were to change it every single year. Every single major computer company from Foxconn to Quanta to Wistron, you know, the list goes on and on and on, to HP and Dell and Lenovo, everybody knows how to build these systems. And so the fact that we could squeeze Vera Rubin into this, even though the performance is so much higher, and very importantly, the power is twice as high. The power of Vera Rubin is twice as high as Grace Blackwell. And yet, and this is the miracle, the air that goes into it, the air flow is about the same. And very importantly, the water that goes into it is the same temperature, 45 degrees C. With 45 degrees C, no water chillers are necessary for data centers. We're basically cooling this supercomputer with hot water. It is so incredibly efficient. And so this is the new rack. 1.7 times more transistors, but 5 times more peak inference performance, 3.5 times more peak training performance. Okay. They're connected on top using Spectrum X. Oh, thank you. This is the world's first manufacturing chip using TSMC's new process that we co-innovated called COUP. It's a silicon photonics, integrated silicon photonics process technology. And this allows us to take silicon photonics directly right to the chip. And this is 512 ports at 200 gigabits per second. And this is the new Ethernet AI switch, the Spectrum X Ethernet switch. And look at this giant chip. But what's really amazing is it's got silicon photonics directly connected to it. And lasers come in. Lasers come in through here. Lasers come in through here. The optics are here, and they connect out to the rest of the data center. This I'll show you in a second, but this is on top of the rack. And this is the new Spectrum X silicon photonics switch, okay? And we have something new I want to tell you about. So just as I mentioned, a couple of years ago, we introduced Spectrum-X so that we could reinvent the way that networking is done. Ethernet is really easy to manage, and everybody has an Ethernet stack, and every data center in the world knows how to deal with Ethernet. And the only thing that we were using at the time was called InfiniBand, which is used for supercomputers. InfiniBand is very low latency, but of course the software stack, the entire manageability of InfiniBand is very alien to the people who use Ethernet. So we decided to enter the Ethernet switch market for the very first time. Spectrum-X, that just took off, and it made us the largest networking company in the world, as I mentioned. This next generation Spectrum-X is going to carry on that tradition. But just as I said earlier, AI has reinvented the whole computing stack. Every layer of the computing stack, it stands to reason that when AI starts to get deployed in the world's enterprises, it's going to also reinvent the way storage is done. Well, AI doesn't use SQL, AI uses semantics information. And when AI is being used, it creates this temporary knowledge, temporary memory called KV cache, key value combinations, but it's a KV cache, basically the cache of the AI, the working memory of the AI. And the working memory of the AI is stored in the HBM memory. Every single token, for every single token, the GPU reads in the model, the entire model. It reads in the entire working memory, and it produces one token. And it stores that one token back into the KV cache. And then the next time it does that, it reads in the entire memory, reads it, and it streams it through our GPU, and then generates another token. Well, it does this repeatedly, token after token after token. And obviously, if you have a long conversation with that AI, over time, that memory, that context memory is going to grow tremendously. Not to mention the models are growing, the number of turns that we're using, the AIs are increasing. We would like to have this AI stay with us our entire life and remember every single conversation we've ever had with it, right? Every single lick of research that I've asked it for. Of course, with the number of people that will be sharing the supercomputer is going to continue to grow. And so this context memory, which started out fitting inside an HBM, is no longer large enough. Last year, we created Grace Blackwell's very fast memory, we call fast context memory. That's the reason why we connected Grace directly to Hopper. That's why we connected Grace directly to Blackwell, so that we can expand the context memory. But even that is not enough. And so the next solution, of course, is to go off onto the network, the north-south network, off to the storage of the company. But if you have a whole lot of AIs running at the same time, that network is no longer going to be fast enough. So the answer is very clearly to do it different. And so we created BlueField 4 so that we could essentially have a very fast KV cache context memory store right in the rack. And so I'll show you in just one second, but there's a whole new category of storage systems. And the industry is so excited because this is a pain point for just about everybody who does a lot of token generation today. The AI labs, the cloud service providers, they're really suffering from the amount of network traffic that's being caused by KV cache moving around. And so the idea that we would create a new platform, a new processor to run the entire Dynamo KV cache context memory management system and to put it very close to the rest of the rack is completely revolutionary. So this is it. It sits right here. So this is all the compute nodes. Each one of these is NVLink 72. So this is Vera Rubin, NVLink 72, 144 Rubin GPUs. This is the context memory that's stored here. Behind each one of these are 4 BlueFields. Behind each BlueField is 150 terabytes of memory, context memory. And for each GPU, once you allocate it across, each GPU will get an additional 16 terabytes. Now, inside this node, each GPU essentially has 1 terabyte. And now, with this backing store here, directly on the same east-west traffic, at exactly the same data rate, 200 gigabits per second, across literally the entire fabric of this compute node, you're going to get an additional 16 terabytes of memory, okay? And this is the management plane. These are the Spectrum X switches that connects all of them together. And over here, these switches at the end connects them to the rest of the data center, okay? And so this is the Vera Rubin. Now there's several things that's really incredible about it. So the first thing that I mentioned is that this entire system is twice the energy efficiency, essentially twice the temperature performance, in the sense that even though the power is twice as high, the amount of energy used is twice as high, the amount of computation is many times higher than that, but the liquid that goes into it is still 45 degrees C. That enables us to save about 6% of the world's data center power. So that's a very big deal. The second very big deal is that this entire system is now confidential computing safe, meaning everything is encoded in transit, at rest, and during compute. And every single bus is now encrypted. Every PCI Express, every NVLink, every NVLink between CPU and GPU, between GPU to GPU, everything is now encrypted. And so it's confidential computing safe. This allows companies to feel safe that their models are being deployed by somebody else, but it will never be seen by anybody else, okay? And so this particular system is not only incredibly energy efficient, and there's one other thing that's incredible. Because of the nature of the workload of AI, it spikes instantaneously with this computation layer called all reduce. The amount of current, the amount of energy that is used simultaneously is really off the charts. Oftentimes they'll spike up 25%. We now have power smoothing across the entire system so that you don't have to over provision by 25 times, or if you over provision by 25 times, you don't have to leave 25%, not 25 times, 25% of the energy squandered or unused. And so now you could fill up the entire power budget, and you don't have to provision beyond that. And then the last thing, of course, is performance. So let's take a look at the performance of this. These are only charts that people who build AI supercomputers would love. It took every single one of these chips, complete redesign of every single one of the systems, and rewriting the entire stack for us to make this possible. Basically, this is training the AI model, this first column. The faster you train AI models, the faster you can get the next frontier out to the world. This is your time to market. This is technology leadership. This is your pricing power. And so in the case of the green, this is essentially a 10 trillion parameter model. We scaled it up from DeepSeek. DeepSeek, that's why we call it DeepSeek++. Training a 10 trillion parameter model on 100 trillion tokens, okay? And this is our simulation projection of what it would take for us to build the next frontier model. The next frontier model, Elon's already mentioned that the next version of Grok 5, I think is 7 trillion parameters, so this is 10. And in the green is Blackwell. And here, in the case of Rubin, notice the throughput is so much higher, and therefore it only takes 1/4 as many of these systems in order to train the model in the time that we gave it here, which is 1 month, okay? And so time is the same for everybody. Now how fast you can train that model and how large of a model you can train is how you're gonna get to the frontier first. The second part is your factory throughput. Blackwell is green again, and factory throughput is important because your factory is, in the case of a gigawatt, is $50 billion. A $50 billion data center can only consume 1 gigawatt of power. And so if your performance, your throughput per watt is very good versus quite poor, that directly translates to your revenues. Your revenues of your data center is directly related to the second column. And in the case of Blackwell, it was about 10 times over Hopper. In the case of Rubin, it's going to be about 10 times higher again, okay? And in the case of now, the cost of the tokens, how cost effectively it is to generate the token, this is Rubin, about 1/10. Just as in the case of, yep. So this is how we're gonna get everybody to the next frontier, to push AI to the next level. And of course, to build these data centers energy efficiently and cost efficiently. So this is it. This is NVIDIA today. You know, we mentioned that we build chips, but as you know, NVIDIA builds entire systems now. And AI is a full stack. We're reinventing AI across everything from chips to infrastructure to models to applications. And our job is to create the entire stack so that all of you could create incredible applications for the rest of the world. Thank you all for coming. Have a great CES. Now, before I let you guys go, there were a whole bunch of slides we had to leave on the cutting floor, and so we have some outtakes here. I think it'll be fun for you. Have a great CES, guys.
And cut. NVIDIA Live at CES Take 4 Marker. Boom mic. Action.
Sorry, guys.
Platform shift, huh? That should do it.
And let's roll camera. Ah, shade of green. A bright, happy green.
World's most powerful AI supercomputer you can plug into the wall next to my toaster.
Hey guys, I'm stuck again. I'm so sorry.
This slide is never gonna work. Let's just cut it.
Hello? Can you hear me? So like I was saying, the router, because not every problem needs the biggest, smartest model, just the right one.
No, don't lose any of them.
This new 6-chip Rubin platform makes one amazing AI supercomputer.
There you go, little guy. Oh, no, not the scaling laws.
There is a squirrel on the car. Be ready to make the squirrel go away. Ask the squirrel gently to move away.
Did you know the best models today are all mixture of experts?
Hey!
Where'd everybody go?
What if that was real or not? That'd have been fun. Wow. Well, I think that was impressive. Hopefully you guys thought the same. I mean, the thing that I think I'm not 100% sure people are fully grasping it. I think I am. I'm by no means an expert. You know, I'm just an idiot engineer that has nothing to do with computer science. But to me, basically what they're saying is like the LLMs aren't where the money is made. It's really the compute and being able to harness that. And so NVIDIA's basically is like, we'll create whatever models you want. You know, we'll create large language models that people can then use to do autonomous driving or earth imaging or anything like that, and create all this opportunity to create simulations and inference and what have you, using CUDA data or whatever. And then that pretty much allows you to sell more GPUs, because by what that means is allowing you to be able to have way more. Let's see if we can get Hot Steve on. Get way more compute and a lot more people using it over time. Let's see, Steven. Come on, meow. CES keynote is done. I wasn't expecting the keynote to be done like that quickly, and I also didn't expect. I mean, I knew that there would obviously be a lot of information that would be shared, and obviously, it's their opportunity to talk positively about Nvidia. But the thing that I'm most surprised about is how they basically let it be an infomercial for Nvidia for an hour and a half. So it being a keynote, I would have expected it to be more about where he sees like macro trends for, things like that. But, um, but yeah, either way, I was pleasantly surprised and glad I listened in because they're really doing some front and really innovative. And what's the word I'm looking for? Definitely innovative is a word. Anyway, but yeah, I guess you're right. Like the way Nvidia goes is really the way that the consumer goes in all respects. So, um, but yeah, there's that. So let's run through some of these very appreciative um, super chats and new members that have joined. So Sid, thank you. What do I do for work? I'm a petroleum engineer by education, and now I just work at a large oil and gas company. Marcus OG, thank you for becoming a new member. Much appreciated, my brother. I wish I was at CES instead of Tube of You. Then I could be harassing Amit and Tanner just like we were on stream on the chat. Peter Hutchinson, thank you for becoming a member. Sid, thank you for becoming a member. Cheryl, thank you for becoming a member. Am I a Tesla bear? Chips can't drive cars. No, but I think I'm not a Tesla bear. I think that very actually I very much admire what Tesla has done with respect to changing the auto industry and really, because this is my problem with a lot of companies. I used to be a strictly dividend focused investor that was hyper focusing on being able to get my returns through dividends, and that was really it. And then I realized that is not beneficial for the world. Yes, dividends are important, and getting that out to shareholders so that they can live and get some shareholder returns or have the opportunity to get some income is important. But to me, innovation and reinvesting back into your company is more important than extreme hyper focused shareholder returns. And because my thought process is if you continue to innovate, you'll be able to have more profits to potentially give in versus if you just continue to give money to shareholders in the form of buybacks, your company's going to fall behind. And so for me right now, the thought process that I have is innovation is key to be able to grow shareholder returns in the long term. So there's that. But the huge thought that people have right now with respect to Tesla, which I think is challenged by this, and something that I've been trying to push. I mean, I'm not saying that Tesla's poor. I'm not saying the FSD sucks. I think a lot of people take whatever I say and use the extreme, or maybe I need to recognize the words that I choose. I try to be very selective with my words, though, is that Tesla won't be the only company that does FSD. And so because of that, I think there's some people that think if you say that, they'll be like, oh, but Waymo is this, or every other company's so far behind and what have you. It's like, but to me, I think there's so many, it's more about the infrastructure and being able to harness the data appropriately, which is a Palantir sort of thing, and or compute the data, which then goes to the cloud, AWS and Google Cloud and Azure. So to me, I've always been under this lens that Tesla's not going to be the only winner in autonomous driving. So, but we also heard that, Jensen stated that their first AV will be out on the road by the end of 1Q, which is something I don't think that people were really thinking about. So there's that. And do I have food under my chin, or is that just dandruff? I think it's dandruff, my guy. Let's see. So Sid, thank you. Yeah, that was a piece of dandruff. I'm pretty certain. I'd be surprised if it was food because I haven't had food in 22 hours. And the only thing I had for lunch today was a Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. So 50 CRTR limit. I met you in Miami. Thank you for all. I do remember seeing you now that I'm looking at your face. Pleasure to meet you, my guy, finally on chat. Again, not meet you. You know what I mean. Good to see you on chat. So let's see. So much appreciated for all the folks on here. That was. You're definitely not. So Sid, just you're definitely not the gentleman that told me I'm an idiot. There was a guy at the Miami meetup that basically said, Matt, whatever you do. Oh, guy in UK, thank you for becoming a member. I don't know if I called that out or not. I'm not used to getting so many members, so appreciate you guys. There was a guy at the Miami meetup that basically said, Matt, you're an idiot because you should only do options 10x whatever you're investing in, and then once you 10x it, sell it, and then find the next 10x. To which you'll do whatever. Way better, way faster. And I was like, well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you giving me that insight. I'm sorry I've been performing horribly for so many years. So anyway, let me go up to about 4:50 my time and see what you guys are having to say. And then otherwise I might close it down. I need to do another hour or two of work before I call it an evening. The data performance is 10x from previous versions. I think that was agreed. Lots going on. Let's see. Amit is shaking Jensen's hand right now. I would love to see an interview. Fingers crossed. That'd be awesome. My beard grew in a little bit. This is shorter than it normally is. I like it. What do you guys think? It's shorter than it normally is. I think it gets rid of a lot of the stray hairs. I think when I let it go a little longer, there's a lot of stray hairs. And so I'm trying to fill in the cheeks a little bit, like here. But right here grows really well. But I'm trying to get my mid on. And then I just don't have as healthy of a beard as Mr. Kukureja. I'm doing the market close. I might as well try to grow the market beard, you know? Yes, there's a disconnect between us wanting to buy the stock and actually wanting to use the product. And Mick goes in for the hug when he meets Jensen. That's funny. They were going to buy the chips anyway. Need a lot more consumption fast. That was one thing that I was just like, almost a little bit is like, at what point are you too far ahead, right? Like, yes, you want to be able to have people build in like for the future of your compute. So I'm kind of sitting there like, do you really need to go up 1.6 or 1.8x a year in terms of compute power? And I guess, talking about how the Moore's law is starting to break down because you're getting so fast in compute now that it's difficult. We have a guest, Mr. Fiorillo.
What's up, Maddie?
Did you watch CES or no?
I caught some of it on your stream.
Because you hate me?
I mean, you're the one that didn't send me a link.
You got a link, Steve.
I mean, at 5:49, I got a link.
I mean, CES was, I didn't know when you got home. When'd you get home?
All 5 minutes ago.
Okay, so yeah, and that's why you're just getting on stream now.
Yeah, but I mean, I could have came on from the car.
Would you have been able to listen?
I would have been able to.
Is that me? Can you guys see me? Is it just me, or is it just Steve? Steve?
Why'd you freeze, Matt?
I froze you. I didn't want to get yelled at. So
you must have superpowers.
no, far from. Steve, thank you for being here, my guy. Let me make sure I get your link in the description.
Don't worry about it. I got a question for you.
Okay.
Are you bullish Nvidia now?
I never.
Jensen just basically said "fuck you" to everybody.
I was never not bullish on Nvidia. It's how do I say this? Do you mean so? Let me ask the question: Are you saying like Matt? Do you believe in what Nvidia is doing, or is it like Matt? Why don't you own the stock sort of thing?
No, it's more. Jensen just you put not for kids on this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not like the other guy who you're not like Ned Flanders where he like tenses up if I talk like a New Yorker, right?
Dude, you know me.
All right. Jensen
am I missing something? Like
Jensen,
you've talked to me on the phone for like a couple years at this point.
He just put his balls on the table and said, look how big these are. And he just freaking said, we have 2 miles of copper going through this freaking server.
Are you going to start stacking copper, Steve?
I mean, it may not be a bad idea, but he put everybody in a position where every single hyperscaler has to upgrade if one of them does. This is now a moment they either all say, no, we're not upgrading, or they all upgrade. This is an all or nothing. And I don't think any of them have a freaking choice. And I think Nvidia is inexpensive here. I really do.
Interesting.
Yeah. The forward numbers are just so compelling right now. And we knew before CES that all of their cloud compute was sold out. We knew that. We knew that CapEx was expected to expand next year because of the Q3 earnings calls. And Jensen just gave everybody a reason to replace all of their old GPUs.
I think Jose is also at CES, guys. Steve, the people in the chat want to know. What was your year-to-date last year?
What do you mean by year-to-date?
I don't know. People were, well, I guess what was your full year return in 25, I guess? Maybe that's
how the hell does anybody calculate that?
I don't know. I have so many different accounts. It's like people are like,
there's a 0% chance I can calculate that.
You heard it here first.
I mean, it's not easy. I don't own 5 positions where I can just figure it out in one account.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. Like, I have 401k, I have a Roth IRA, I have a traditional IRA, then I have a Robinhood account, then I have a Fidelity account. So it's like I can give you one of the returns from one of them, but not like a conglomerate. It's tough to kind of state. But okay, so am I bullish Nvidia? I mean, I think what they're doing is absolutely phenomenal. I like the idea that they're going to be giving out LLMs. I don't know if you saw that part, you tuned in late, but basically they have an autonomous vehicle that's going to hit the road by the end of 1Q, partnering with Mercedes, I believe. And they're basically saying, hey, we're going to give you all the tools, open source, to create all these different things. Give us your business. They're basically saying we're giving you the opportunity to be accelerating your business. Whether or not you take that upon yourselves is up to you, but we're giving you the opportunity and use our GPUs basically. No.
So when are you buying?
Probably not, Steve. I'm poor.
Are you serious? You're really not investing in this? Wow. I feel like this is now me with Rocket Lab all over again. I didn't listen to you on Rocket Lab. You're not listening to me on this.
Is Nvidia going to give me a 20x return from here?
I personally don't think Rocket Lab is going to do another 20x from here. And
no, but you're trying to relate it to me telling you to buy Rocket Lab at $4.
No, look, I get that. I'm just saying, like, forget about the return. Like, you were super bullish on Rocket Lab and tried getting me to invest at every corner, and I just didn't want to hear it. I'm just saying that I think that my price target is conservative compared to everybody else because I said 250. You have Tanner saying 300 plus. You have a bunch of people on the street saying 300 to 350. Like, I'm thinking about taking my price target up because all roads lead back to Nvidia, and I really do believe the Rubin series chip is basically going to make TPUs irrelevant.
What's a statement? So do you think that because they're giving out so much open source CUDA material, CUDA language sort of material, or do you think it's because it's just the TPUs can't move as fast?
It can't move it as fast. I mean, think about what he said toward the end with the amount of bandwidth that they can move from GPU to GPU. Like, the TPUs are not going to be able to do that. I think you'll see TPUs move for specific use cases inside the data centers. They're not going to be irrelevant, but they're going to be very specific use cases. They will not be used for training compared to this. And if they are, it'll be for very specific things, or because a company doesn't want to spend that much, or because they just can't get this and they don't have time to waste. So they got to get started. But I don't think anything's going to be able to have the horsepower as this. And I think that this is going to be so versatile that for the bigger companies, they're in a position where they have to buy this. And
I just don't think that simulations, I might be wrong. I might be thinking of inferencing, but I don't think that TPUs can inference at all. Like, I think that they're basically hyper focused on like running specific sort of things, but I don't think that they can inference, meaning like come up with a gray area between a specific data set like a GPU could. And so I think it's going to be a drawback for things like autonomous driving and so many other different things. I think it's just going to be tough.
Yeah, and if we believe that robotics and full self-driving is coming, I mean, my timeline of Nvidia could be wrong, and we could see a much longer runway of growth for them. I mean, this is just, they're expected to do 50% growth next year. You show me a company that's doing 200 billion revenue plus that's doing 50% growth at a profit margin of more than 50%, that also trades at a valuation in the forward numbers that's less than 25 and cheaper than Apple, Walmart, and Costco. There's no other company like that. From a value perspective, Nvidia makes a lot of sense. From a growth perspective, Nvidia makes a lot of sense. And they have a tremendous amount of cash on the balance sheet. They are likely to buy back so many shares in 2026 because what else are they going to do with the cash? I mean, this is a company that at a 50% margin is expected. I mean, the numbers are pretty clear if they achieve the revenue forecast that the street's looking for. And when you think about Jensen saying 65 billion in Q4, they could do 150 billion net income next year, plus putting them at 3 billion a week in profit. I mean, we've never seen numbers like that.
So why don't you think the stock is moving on this? Because it looked like, at least from what I was seeing, it was down slightly today. Do you just think that the market hasn't had time to digest it, or?
Yeah, I think bad news gets digested very quickly because of headline numbers, and algos get ahead of themselves, and it just becomes a trade-oriented, high-frequency trading. Good news has to get digested and researched and vetted. I really do think it's gonna be very interesting to see what Jensen says on Q4 earnings call, along with all the other CEOs. And this, to me, is for me, this is an easy thing for me to invest in. I see a lot of potential. I mean, like I said, 250 is conservative compared to other price targets, and that's still giving you a 30% return plus.
So they pay the big bucks, Steve. I do want to say I have to correct myself. So TPUs can be specifically designed for inference. So I was wrong on that piece. Interesting. Okay. They just might not have the flexibility. I think you just have to retrain whatever you're talking about. You can't just like throw something raw at it. I think whatever you're building kind of has to be built into whatever sort of specific.
I mean, we're seeing the China angle. I'm actually glad Nvidia's not moving because I need to buy more of it. It's plain to me, it's plain simple. I want to see if the revenue numbers and the EPS numbers move in after Q4, because right now 62 analysts are saying 320 billion next year revenue, which is a 50% growth rate.
So let me ask, I mean, do you see Q4 kind of showing up as expected in terms of not moving the stock? I mean, right? Like when I say as expected, I'm talking about stock price movement. Do you kind of say that, okay, they're delivering on what they should expect to? People are kind of rightly thinking that, you know, 180 or $180 a share, $185 a share, 4.7 trillion dollars is where it should be at? Or do you think it'll move up once the 4Q numbers come out? And or another thought process is do you think that with this release of open source, with the release of new products that they're kind of unveiling today at CES, do you think that that's going to drive a lot of value and you'll see a lot of that show up in the first quarter backlog?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the three scenarios. I think the scenario that makes the most sense in my mind is that we get a news cycle around this keynote and other things that come out of CES that gradually gets people a little bit more bullish on Nvidia. And then we get all the earnings calls from the big hyperscalers. They all say that they're going to increase CapEx spend in 26, just like Microsoft said, because Microsoft does not report on a calendar year. They are on a fiscal year of July to June. So we know that their CapEx spend for this 2026 fiscal year is off the charts. I believe Zuckerberg, Jassy, and Pichai are going to freaking go off the charts with CapEx. They're all going to talk about backlog on RPO. And then that will ride into people getting more bullish on NVIDIA. And then I think Jensen's going to have a drop the mic moment because he's going to say, look, China's coming in. Revenue in China is going to actually come back in 2026. And they're going to take all the GB200s. The hyperscalers are going to take all the Rubin chips. And we are sold out for the rest of the year. And we're starting to take orders for 27 and 28. And we're expecting big things. I mean, this is not a story that looks like it's slowing down. I think that's validated by the numbers that we saw out of Micron and the fact that NVIDIA is going to Taiwan Semi and asking for increased production. You don't go to Taiwan Semi and ask for increased production with the amount of production that they already have.
Not even just increased production, but almost stepping up their manufacturing to be able to create these new chips. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
it's just, and I'm with you, and I'm with Chris on the fact that at some point this goes into maintenance mode instead of CapEx mode. I don't know when that happens, and I've been very reasonable in saying that originally I thought it was an 18 to 24 month cycle. And then as the numbers changed, I said, maybe this can last another 12 months. And I've never been one saying that this is going to last for a decade or 15 years. But right now, of all the things I'm looking at and I'm hearing, I don't see why Nvidia can't have really good growth over the next 2 years before we start seeing a slowdown, and not slowdown, but more of a standstill on CapEx where it just kind of plateaus and stays sideways instead of continuing to grow so much year over year. But that could also change halfway through 26 or toward the end of 26 if the hyperscalers, I mean, think about it. Let's say the hyperscalers do add all this CapEx in 26 that they say they're going to add, and then toward the end of the year, they come out and say, we're not done building. 27 is going to look the same. I mean, what happens then? I mean, this is more a thing like this can continue to get kicked down the road for a couple of years. I want to be in it for a while because I think there's a lot of profits to be made, and then eventually I'll get out. I just don't think now's the time to get out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more so looking at when there is sort of a pullback. You know, I don't like to time markets, you know me, but this is one of those things that, like, if I'm going to add a peripheral position or another position, I'd rather time it, you know, rather than, you know, it's not going to be a fundamental position in my portfolio, which is why I'm kind of like, I don't want to say breaking my own rules, but, and I know it's going to do well, and I'm happy that, you know, it's looking great. But I think the thing that I'm cautious about is obviously the CapEx piece. We talked about that. I don't want to belabor that anymore. The thing that I'm also curious about is, like, I feel like Nvidia is such at the front edge of this, all this compute power and everything, that's like, where I don't know, and this is maybe you can help me with this, is like, I just see numbers like 800 gigabytes a second, terabytes per second. And I'm like, is this way ahead of what we need? Because if that's the case, it's like, so Steve, let me lay the land, right?
I know where you're going, and I have no freaking clue.
This is, so people, like, in the background, I'm coming on, and Steve, you could probably iterate this as well, because, like, I think that you and I are probably, I mean, you've been dealing with compute way longer than I have, so, like, you know, you probably, but, like, I remember going to Micro Center back when, like, a 200 gigabyte hard drive was like $250. Dude. And so, like, I remember when a terabyte hard drive came out, my head exploded. So, like, this is like 20 years ago.
I remember when 256 megabytes of RAM, not gigabytes of RAM, was a lot. And then getting gig sticks was like, what the hell are you talking about? So we have made so many advances. You may be right. We may be at a point where this is good enough for the next several years, and the breakthroughs are unfathomable of why you would need that much. I have no idea. That's not something that I can tell you, and it's not something I'm smart enough in the electronic space to be able to look upon, but I've seen the roadmap and the deck. This isn't where they're stopping with Nvidia. So I'm expecting next year they're going to unveil something else that's crazy. And, you know, this is something I'm not going to fight the tide on. And let's just play it out, right? Let's say hypothetically over the next 2 years, it goes to 350 or 375, and then the CapEx thing stops and it falls to 300. That's still a significant upside over a 2-year period from where we are today. I'd rather freaking be on the ride and then sell when it starts heading down, or sell into when I think it's going to plateau, than getting out of it here. And I just think that there's a lot of profit to be made on this, because unlike Amazon, which I do think has the ability to become a $6 or $7 trillion company, I do believe that Nvidia has a lot of firepower left, and we're going to get nothing but good earnings calls from them over this year. So how much does the street bid them up and take them up? I want to be in it for that.
Yeah. It's just tough. Sorry. I mean, the numbers warrant it. The numbers warrant it. And by no means I'm not the one that's out here saying Nvidia. Oh, you want to share? Sorry. I'm not the one out here saying, like, Nvidia's expensive and stuff like that, but
you're saying you don't know when this goes from expansion to maintenance. And I've always said that as my core thesis, that I want to be out of it before that happens. But this is not something where I'm seeing that that's happening anytime soon, because I've never seen this amount of analysts agree on something this much. One. Two, the idea that, and keep in mind, everybody in the chat, that this is next year's numbers is really 2026 numbers. They finish their fiscal year sometime in January. So 95% of their profit and revenue is in 2026, not 2027. So you have 62 analysts, which good luck getting 62 analysts to cover something, are saying the midpoint is 50% year-over-year growth, that they're going to add over $100 billion of revenue year over year. And they have a 56% profit margin right now. And then 47 are saying that they're going to do 27% in 2027 and add $95 billion in revenue. You look at the lows and the highs, look how crazy that is. Like the lows are ridiculous because they're going to come in around 213. Tell me they're only going to add 10 billion next year. That's crazy talk. But the highs are 90 billion more than what the average is. Like this number could be 330, 340 very easily for next year. And you look at the EPS trading at 25 times this year's earnings, because this is currently this year's earnings, but this does not become this year's earnings anymore in 5 weeks from now, 6 weeks from now. So you're on the 2027 fiscal year sometime in February. And once this line comes to here, you're trading at 25 times. And this number is likely to go up after Q4 and they give their 2020 fiscal year 27 guidance. So then you're telling me, okay, not you, but just in general. So then 25 times this year and 19 and a half times next year's earnings. Shit, I want to be on the train for that. Because this is such a high quality company that we're not talking about 40 or 50 times earnings here.
Yeah.
So I just think that this can go up. And I think it's, for me to rationalize it in my mind, it's something that I think has staying power for a while. And I can probably do better in this than other Mag 7 stocks in the next year or two.
So let me ask that question. So, because I look at things generally on like, what is it going to be in 2035, right? Like I think that's where I was at. So I'm sad that you pulled that away, but like it was talking basically in 2034, 2035, the current multiple on forward expectation is like on forward expectations, right? Is a 9, right? On forward.
Yeah, but there's only one analyst even coming out with that.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know where your thought is, right? Like this is where I'm trying to gauge. Like obviously, if you think this is 8 years away, so that 2035 is actually 2034. Is that out of the realm for you? I mean, do you think that earnings is really going to 3x from here between then? And if that's the case, I mean, at what point do you say buying at a 21 EPS, which is likely to also change because you're buying back stock, but I mean, you're buying back 60 billion of a 4.6 billion, $4.6 trillion company. I mean, it's not going to make a large dent, but you might be able to buy 0.5% or 1% of the stock every year. But I guess my question is like, what price is too much for you for Nvidia? Like, are you actively every month buying more Nvidia? Or are you just holding onto the stock?
Every month, no, but I am still buying it.
So every time let me ask, because I'm relating it back to me. Let me relate it to you. Every time you put money into the market, are you buying Nvidia?
No, because I put money in the market every week. But I'm just trying to be very transparent. Like,
I'm not saying
money in the market every week, but it's not a substantial amount of money on a weekly basis. On a bi-weekly basis, my retirement money goes in, and that is not going into Nvidia. But when I put money into that account with Nvidia, okay, I am probably buying it on a quarterly basis.
No, it's,
So,
it's a
I
good
mean, it's just one of those things that I don't think I'm going to own Nvidia in 2035, but I also can't make that statement because the numbers could change and support it. You know, all I know is that over the next 2 years, I think I can do better in Nvidia than other companies, and I would like to own it. Now, if the numbers change for better or worse, I'll update my thesis and I'll make adjustments. And that adjustment can get pushed out or can get scaled back. But for the time being, Nvidia does not look like it is going to lose their position. It looks like all the demand is already spoken for, and I can generate decent revenue on cover calls on it. So to me, it is not just a holding, but it's a tool. So I like it.
So are those the things you're looking at? One is potentially CapEx slowing down, and then two,
CapEx is the most important thing right now.
Well, the second piece was kind of like one thing that you and I just discussed, which is how far ahead, like how much capacity are we actually building versus how fast is it growing and the need for it? Like in terms of how much supply, like with how efficient these chips are getting, $100 billion can make you go a long way. And so it might build out, 3 years of demand growth, I don't know. And so it's like, I've yet to see a graphic, which I think would be very useful, of like, here is the capacity of data centers of I'm just going to throw out a number, 100 terabytes per second of compute need, which is not a lot, but let's just say it's at 100, change the magnitude. And currently we're at 25, but we're growing at a space of 20 to 25 per year. Like that, I don't know. Right. And so is that something that scares you as well, that you're going to try to like gauge? Because I don't think that that's really well documented. And maybe that's a question that you can ask like ChatGPT or Gemini of like, how much capacity do we have in terms of data storage across the United States and data compute?
No, to me, it's very simple. What's the RPO of the hyperscalers? What are they spending on CapEx? Is CapEx growing year over year? That's all I'm looking at. I'm not trying to get too technical because then it's just analysis by paralysis.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's actually really smart, because it's like if you start seeing RPOs go down, that either means one of two things: that people aren't signing up, or they're canceling,
right,
and or it's being realized.
Right. So it's RPO. It's how much revenue are the cloud operations growing from the hyperscalers.
Jerking his teeth? What are you doing?
No, my fucking leg is fucking flaring up. It is just, I'm scratching my fucking leg.
You gotta get a rash or something?
Like, I don't know. Sometimes it's very weird. It's like I'm not allergic to anything that I freaking know, but my left leg just itches for some reason. I don't know why.
No, I get that. Once every couple months, it's like, why are you itching? I get it.
I'm just scratching it because it fucking feels good. The reality is that RPO and CapEx,
milk rush. Somebody said it's a milk rush. Oh, sorry, I lost. Too much milk, Steve.
So RPO plus the CapEx is just the easiest things for me to go by, and is cloud revenue and Azure, Google Cloud, and AWS expanding? Because if it is, and people expect it to continue to expand, the only way it's going to continue to expand is if they add capacity. So I just think that this is a story that's very interesting. And I think it's a story that all roads seem to lead back to Nvidia. I don't think that AMD is going to close the gap. I don't think Broadcom is going to close the gap. And that's just where I'm at on it.
Are you gonna watch Mama Sue tonight?
No.
Why, you just aren't enthused?
No, I could care less.
You don't think that she's gonna blow the fish out of the water like our boy Jensen?
Even if she does, I don't think it matters. I think that AMD and Broadcom, and this could be a very naive thing, I think the two of them will always play second fiddle to Nvidia. And it's not that they're not good companies. Obviously, their revenue and EPS is expanding tremendously. But the one that I really like is Nvidia. That's it.
Not sure. I have to verify this, but looks like second half of 26, Nebius will start featuring Nvidia's Vera Rubin.
Nice. Good shit.
What else is going on, Steve? What else are we thinking? Why are we so mad? Just took some profits and moved it to dividends.
We're not mad. I need to do a lot of work tonight, though. Not happy about that. So
Steve making that money.
Trying to. I don't know. You're a good role model, though. You've been streaming for 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Trying to keep up with the Mitt, you know.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. But I did get 1,100 people in here at one point, so that's
good.
And thanks to you guys being on stream, because I'm up like 200 subscribers for the day. So
Nice. Good shit.
much appreciated, because I'm trying to keep up with Steve. You know, if I don't keep up with Steve, Steve's gonna surpass me to 20K, and I don't know. I'm 1,000 away from 20K at this point, so fingers
Listen,
crossed.
You are the White House quant. Okay, I'm just trying to keep up with you.
If I can get to 20K before Steve does,
You'll
I
get
will
it.
be happy.
Stop it. You'll get the 20K before me.
Steve, you are a goddamn champion, my guy.
No, I'm
I don't
not.
think people are fully recognizing the capability and your versatility. I do not have nearly the amount of versatility as you do. So, what? Is this true? Is there a picture?
Bring up his Twitter.
What is it? Charcoal? Let me see.
This is sacrilegious.
Well, let me make sure no proprietary stuff. Okay. Other than me having to answer some DMs. Let me see. Switch. Let me move this over to here. And get back. All right. Hey, can we just say how crazy it is that Amit's at 300K?
It's amazing.
Where's all? I was cool. It's cool to see this.
Very nice.
High beta futures.
You know you can just
in.
go back up and go to photos, right?
See, Steve, this is why you're ahead of the game.
Or media. Sorry.
Media for AK Media.
Maybe he put it on Instagram.
It has to be on the gram, Steve.
I know he was going to Bobby Flay's last night.
Really?
Oh, they saw it on Instagram.
Bobby Flay just reminds me of Entourage.
In my house.
Yeah. What is it? Amit investing 227 or something?
Oh, okay. They're all saying it's on the gram.
Amit Cougar Rage 227 or something like that. Instagram. Do it for the gram. It has to be his damn stories. All right, well. I'm not logged into my Instagram on my computer, otherwise we'd be able to see. Let's just see what other stuff. Matt is for sure 15. I don't know what that means. Steve has no life other than stocks. Steve, do you want to rebuttal to that?
Why?
Why rebuttal?
Yeah.
Steve, people are saying you're going to be at 100K next year. What do you think about that?
I doubt it.
Make a cream test, pick up. Oh, never mind. They're talking about your rare. No medium rare.
That's no good.
Apparently, he posted it to troll people. That's true. Or do you think he actually ate it?
No, I can't see him not getting a medium rare. He's medium rare.
He's mid rare now.
Yeah.
Is 105,000 X posts? Is this true?
I'm not surprised.
Oh yeah, but it's his job, so.
All right, I'm gonna get going. I need to eat
Steve,
some.
this
dinner.
one's for
I need
you.
to go
I owe
work.
you $10.
You can use it to buy a part of an Nvidia share.
Oh, I will do
Oh.
that. I will do that. You want me to do that? I'll do that.
I
I'll
would
$10
like you to
in.
do it because then it'll be in your face all the time, and you'll be like, maybe I should add to this.
I'll do it right now.
You don't have to do it right now.
I'll do it right now. Where's my
You
phone?
don't have to.
$10.
I just think you're a good kid.
Michelle sent it to me. Let's see. Thanks, Michelle. Michelle's the real MVP of this stream. Why? Okay, took a second. Ready for this, Steven?
I'm ready.
What's going on? Why is my phone being so slow, Steve? I'm sorry. I know I'm wasting your time. His name is Steven. Third time doing medium rare, Steve.
What is
that? It's not medium rare, I'll tell you that much.
What the hell is that?
I don't know. Oh, there's a long line to see Daddy Jensen. All right, Steve. Well, I appreciate it. You don't need to stay on, but I'm gonna grab $10 worth of Nvidia.
Good.
So I hope the thing that bothers me is like I always have to match, and I have like a religious, every couple weeks I update however many shares because, like you stated, like I have money everywhere, so I try to have like an Excel workbook that.
Oh, I stopped that a long time ago.
Here we go. 0.05 shares, Steve.
There we go. Get her done.
There we go. Completed. I bought it overnight. Yeah, hopefully. Did I buy it overnight? Did it execute? It did.
Right.
I'm already up 0.0002 cents.
There you go.
Did
Did you
all right, my
see,
guy.
you see QXO today?
No, did it moon?
Type it in.
Give a little sneak peek.
Type it in.
Steven said you don't have to worry about money no more. What curious on your thoughts as to why. Is it mortgage rates?
Nope. Apollo is taking a piece.
Really?
Yep.
How much?
1.5 bill.
For how much of the company?
I don't know, but
okay. You're just saying they bought shares. Got it.
They're coming in with a pipe, I think. I gotta look more into it tonight.
Okay.
I saw the headline that they're something with Apollo.
Are you gonna write an article about it?
Probably.
When's the last time you wrote on Seeking Alpha? It was pretty recent, I feel like.
Yeah, it was pretty recent. QXO. Apollo leads 1.2 billion investment in the firm. So I don't know what the terms were, but new series of convertible perpetual preferreds.
Do they need the money?
They're not doing that unless Brad Jacobs is going to fucking make another big acquisition.
Not wrong, Steve. Not wrong. You're a good man. Well, congrats on the win, man. I know you've been in, since 15, 16?
My average is like 1680 or 1710, something like that.
Congrats, my man. I don't think it's a bad one because, I envision mortgage rates to hopefully at some point. I've been saying this for
look at the 3 month on it.
On QXO?
Yeah.
Not nearly good enough. Okay, so this isn't new territory for them. I thought it was.
No, it's not.
Okay. I mean, then you sniped it, man. What a swing trade, then. I mean, what are you? When do you plan on, if ever, selling it?
Not for a while.
You think you're gonna wait for the housing thing to pan out?
Yeah. I got a lot of faith in Brad Jacobs.
You and our boy Hot Ken. I haven't talked to Hot Ken. We exchanged Instagram reels every once in a while, but
yeah. Big Bad Brad.
BBB, Triple B.
All right. I will see you later.
You're the man, Steve. I'm gonna answer some of these questions, brother.
Later, everyone.
You're the man. What a gem. What an absolute gem. Heinze asking, when's the next Cash Flow Chronicles? Chris and I chatted on Friday or Saturday. We were supposed to do something on Sunday, but he never hit me up. I should have reached out to him. I ended up doing a stream with Steve. So I need to hit something up. Maybe it'll be tomorrow? Question mark? So there you go. Matt, you're not worried about Rocket Lab missing their last 3 earnings? I don't really look at companies majority of the time on a quarter-to-quarter basis. I mean, I listen to the conference calls. It's not to say that I don't. But the thing that's more important to me is likely not coming from a quarter-to-quarter number. I mean, the thing that I mostly focus on is, what does this quarter mean for the next 10 quarters? What does this quarter mean for the next 20 quarters? What does it mean for the next 40 quarters? That's what's more important to me rather than that particular quarter. Because one quarter, generally speaking, if you think about it, you're building rockets, right? It's not like you're selling energy drinks. And so in that respect, the quarter is very small in the life cycle of what Rocket Lab is doing. It takes 4 to 5 years for an initial prototype rocket to be put to the pad. So one quarter, it's a check-in for me. It's not like the Super Bowl. I think, unfortunately, and maybe this is right or wrong for however certain people invest, a lot of people act like quarterly earnings are the Super Bowl. I look at them because it's fun. Like, I look at it like, hey, it's a football game, but you can't make a season out of a single football game. Sorry, I didn't get to this one for Steve. Crypto for me, I think the second half of the year is going to be tough. My Instagram is just me and Tesla sending stuff back and forth to each other, which I don't do enough. I need to send more stuff. Thank you, Michelle. Yes, I saw this. Thank you. Every time I open YouTube, Steve didn't go live on Saturday because he went to Atlantic City, and people were like, "Is Steve okay?" People were messaging me in amidst mod chat, being like, "Is Steve okay?" Yeah, Steve will be 100K. You got to remember, guys. Like, this isn't our 9 to 5. Like, Steve probably had a long day, or he was upset that I didn't send him a chat, send him the link to join earlier. I call him Steven. I switch it up. So I don't know if I do this on stream or not. I think I do, though. But I have a good buddy that I work with at Steve too. He's my Mexican twin. I would show a picture, but we're both bigger guys. He's losing a lot of weight actually because he's really taking care of himself. But we're Mexican twins. Like, we just have very similar like builds and stuff like that. He's much better looking than I am. So is everybody else. But he's Steve as well. And so I come up with new renditions. I call him Stefan, Steve, Steven, Stefan, all that. So I'm sure some of that leaks over because I have 2 good buddies now named Steve. So Steve to 100K before Bitcoin. I like that. Is he the first to plan to post a million? Meaning Steve? Steve might break 1 million before me for sure. Amit's hair looked great today. This the Mitch show? I might have to go check it out. Is 08 Tom Brady ACL tear similar to 25 Patrick Mahomes tear? Do markets repeat the following? I don't know. Miss Laura, she got rid of the IG. Bearish meta. See, there you go. Steve will probably be live later. What's wrong with Mahomes? I like Mahomes. Am I going to CES? No, I have a job. You know, we get 700 to 1,000 people on stream every day, then maybe I'd be at CES. I'd live stream that shit. I'd live stream it from the floor. Does Milk Daddy own Nebius? I don't think he hates Nebius, but Couch was right about Oscar. I don't remember what he said, but I remember being when Oscar was in like the low 11, 12s or something. I remember being bullish on it because I thought it was just kind of getting really cheap. And then it went to like 18 or 19. I made like a little swing trade. I forget when it was. I forget when that was, but it went dirt cheap. I think this was October, or sorry, not October, April. I have to go back and check. But not that, that's 2023, but April 2025. I remember it kind of like went from like 12 or something to. So anyway, let me see actually. I don't want to lie to you guys. I'm not sharing, right? I don't remember if I owned shares. It was a swing trade. And then I got spooked. Like I always try to keep my positions count to a minimum because I just feel like I can't control everything. I try to keep it manageable to something I can control. And let's see. Let's go to O. The problem is with like I read a lot of options and covered calls now, so like my list of stuff is just so effing long. Q R S P L M N O P. What the hell? There's no way Oscar. Oh, this is 2024. I was wondering, like, I was looking at 2024 yesterday. Sorry. I was like, there's no way I didn't. I was like, there's no way Oscar could be in 2024 because I thought I was looking in 2025. Here we go. So I made more selling Oscar puts. I mean, I made $4 or $5 grand on Oscar. I bought it in June 2018 and sold it June 2025. June 8th, sorry, I bought it June 18th, sold it June 5th, 25th. So I barely even held it a week. I bought it at I bought it at 17. I thought I bought it at like 12. But I think once these puts were yeah, okay. Let's see what else we got. Sorry, I'm behind. How would you decide which one to build up first? Whatever one, it depends on your portfolio size, right? And this is something I always talk about, but I think it really depends. Like, where do you see each of them going? Like, to me, like I was asking Steve earlier, like, do you really think that the forward PE for Nvidia in 2034 is going to be 9? And if that's the case, like, you know, are you okay with that? What point would you stop adding? And so um so yeah, that's that. And same thing with Amazon. Like, where do you think it's going to be? Like, the way I look at things, this is how I kind of prioritize things. Generally speaking, if a position is going to hold into the portfolio for a long time, I will be like, where do I see it in 2035? And yeah, there's that. Am I covering the AMD keynote later? Maybe not. Likely not. I got to eat, and then I have something to do at like 8 my time. So yeah, to me, this is how I do it, right? So relate this to you, because me and you are completely different. You might be like, I want to hold it for the next 6 months, like so. But to me, this is like, okay, if I owned both Nvidia and Amazon, it's like, for me, prime example, it's like what I know now is, if I were to say, be in this case, because now I'm an Nvidia shareholder, guys. Actually, I should tweet that and officially in Nvidia shareholder. There you go. Everyone like that, please, and retweet it. But for like me, it's like I foresee by 2034 Amazon being $10 trillion. So I'm sitting here like, how the fuck do I get to $1,000? 1,000 shares of Amazon, because 1,000 shares at 10.5 billion shares, 10 trillion, it's about $1,000 a share. So in that case, 1,000 shares means it's going to be $1 million position. So I'm sitting here where I'm at now, and I'm like, damn, I'm like, that's going to be X amount of money in 2034, 2035. I can use that as leverage against, buying a house, or, this side or the other, and, pay myself back over time, what have you. And so that's kind of like my thought process is that, versus like Nvidia. I don't really have an idea as to what I think Nvidia is going to be in 2034. Microsoft getting slept on or dependent on for AI growth? Dependent on for AI growth. Somebody Azure has to be. I was drinking that Celsius pink lemonade, delicious. By the way, I tried Zevia today because I saw Joe Lonsdale, because I really hope that Joe Lonsdale runs for president in 2028, because I think he's a gangster. But I was like, hey, what's the Zevia taste like? I need to double check. I didn't like the flavor that I got. Wasn't a fan. So I have 3 other flavors I need to try, but the verdict is out on that particular flavor. I wasn't a fan. I like your reels. Don't slow down. Do not slow down. I have it as an Anduril placeholder drone exposure with AVAV and LHX. I'll sell it for Anduril whenever IPO. Right here first. You gotta be on. You gotta be on the Grammy Gram to get reels, Yeah, see? Don't pull up on our girl Mishi and like that sob story. That's a Matt Money move. That is a Matt guilt trip move. Is that? You don't send me any reels. It's like, how the hell am I supposed to, my guy? I'm a bad guilt tripper. It rubs a lot of people the wrong way, and I get it. A little guilt tripping, funny. Too much guilt tripping, it's like, you're annoying as fuck, but I still do it. I'm sorry. This is who I am. Matt, is the last great? What is the last great meal you had, and what was it? I'm gonna interpret this as like, what was a memorable meal combined with family? The I mean, I had some good cheesesteaks when I was home for the holidays. Because cheesesteaks here in Houston just don't hit right. But I had some good cheesesteaks, but that wasn't like with family. I mean, I had a good dinner with my sister and her family, my 2 nephews and a niece on like the 22nd or 23rd of November. We went to a place in Wildwood. That was fun. Wildwood's a great place, man. I honestly might buy a place there. I've been looking. Some beautiful places in Wildwood. I really like the retro vibe. That it was very clean. Granted, I know it's not peak season. So like obviously, like if you needed to clean, now would be the time because there's not a lot of people there right now. But Matt, are you looking to join and make a BNRA? BNRA. Yeah, I think you were talking about BM&R. F is gonna rip in 1Q. I hope it does for you, brother. I'll be buying latter half this year, I think. Matt, how's the fitness going? I'm eating 1 meal a day. I did not eat well over the holidays. You know, I didn't eat horrible, but I definitely, I mean, the pants that I bought before the holidays and before I went to London, which was early November, still fit like a glove. So they were a little tight when I went to London, and they're still loose. Not loose, but they're looser than they were when I went to London. And so to me, you know, I feel like I'm making progress. 2 holidays down, 2 visits home. The problem is like the tough thing is I travel to a lot of people, so I don't like to let people travel to me. Unless you're in Houston, then I make you travel to me. But no, like a lot of my friends and family still live back in the Philadelphia, New Jersey area, and every time I meet up with them, like let's go get something to eat. And so, you know, I try my best to like fast and stuff like that, but sometimes you just can't. And you know, they want to go to good spots. Because for them, they're also, you know, trying to eat, you know, healthier during the week. And so when you meet up, it's like kind of like a cheat thing, you know? And so during the holidays, it's tough. I feel like it's tough for everybody. But I am curious. I want you guys serious question on my X. If you're not following me, please do. Link should be in the description. But very curious question, because I had a debate with my buddy, and I've had Steve Fiorillo and my buddy Steve at work. Shout out my boy Stefan. They both are in agreement that 1 meal a day is not good. But then I have other people like billionaires and stuff like that saying the 1 meal a day thing is in. So I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are. I know a lot of people have been like over the past 10, 15 years, it's been talking about you should do 5 or 6 smaller meals rather than, you know, 3 big meals for the day. But I'm under the impression that like my stomach has shrunk. Like I don't think I can. The problem with me is like when I eat, I want to keep eating. So I feel like that fat bastard meme. I can't stop eating. But it's serious. So like if I'm eating 3 times a day, that's 2 more opportunities for me to not stop and limit myself. But if I'm eating 1 meal a day, I feel like I can limit and get my calories in for the day and I get full. So there's that. I do have Instagram. And I changed based off of a Mitt, like I used to be Matt_money1. And then now everybody kind of knows me as Real Matt Money or Matt Money. And my Twitter is bigger than that. And my YouTube is bigger than that. And so I have had you can see some of my positions as well, like Palantir, Rocket Lab, and that. So if any of you guys are interested, I don't share all of it because now it's gotten to the point where it's like enough where I'm like, I don't need to share that stuff anymore. But yeah, I do a lot of stuff on X, or sorry, not X, Instagram. it's more personable for me. Like I show a little bit more of my personality, I think, on Instagram. Um, so there's that. But don't feel obligated. By no means am I like posting finance stuff. It's more like Matt's an idiot, which I am. And by the way, my brother, like, if you're a quarterly guy and you look at quarters, like, I'm not saying don't, right? I'm just saying what's my MO. So like, if you're that Snap, you don't want my Snapchat Tesla. You don't want that. You don't want to be about that Snap. You don't. But yeah, like, take what I say with a grain of salt, right? Because what's working for me is working for me, and it might not even work for me, you know. Like, I might make a bad step here, you know. So why was Rocket Lab nothing about VG or Next? Dude, I have like my pinned comment on X is like my latest thing on Next. Next, the thing with Next is like this is the thing. It takes 5 years to build these damn things. So like, it's like, hey, we're building a facility. They sanction it and you got to wait 5 years. There's no revenue. So you're just building it. I share every time I see new information, I share what I get, but they're not out there every day. Maybe I should start an Instagram specifically on me going to Rio Grande and taking photos every day. SpaceX took 6 launches to certify, so assume Rocket Lab Neutron would likely be the same. Yes and no. I think it really just depends on what you're trying to do. I think SpaceX takes a different approach to things. I don't know if Neutron's going to do the same. SpaceX, I think, is trying to like defy the laws of physics and shit like that. I don't know if Neutron is really going to play that game or not. And to be fair, I don't know if you're talking about the Falcon 9 specifically, or if you're talking about Falcon Heavy, or you're talking about Starship, or you're talking about the Falcon, the Starship booster, stage 1 booster. Yeah. I think if you're talking about the most recent, like Starship booster, they were trying to do some real gravity defying shit with that. Why am I political on X? I mean, sometimes I just, I try not to be super political, but sometimes it leaks into my finances, so there's just some shit that I just see, like, that I just, fraud. If I see fraud, am I not going to call that out? I think that's personally something that, to me, so I don't know, and that's okay. Like, so this is the thing. You and I can disagree on politics, and I'll respect and listen to your opinion on politics. The problem that I have most of the time with people, the same thing goes kind of with even stocks. You say something stupid, you're going to get a stupid response back. And what do I mean by that? Is I keep seeing like these black specks on my screen. And I'm like, I keep thinking like, why are my walls dirty? And it's somehow, I guess it's because I eat at my computer. It's not a lot of them, but it's like, I'll see a black speck and I'm like, do I have a spider crawling on my wall back there? Going back to the political stuff and even the finance stuff, you say something stupid on X and or on the YouTube comments, and I said this yesterday on Steve's stream, it's like people will just be like, Rocket Lab sucks. It's like, that's great. That's very fundamentally life-changing, that statement. It's like, what do you like? Why does it suck? Like, if you present something, like, you're representing yourself when you say stuff, and I get that, right? So when you say Rocket Lab sucks, it's like Are you just trying to throw in misinformation? Like, I can't take a comment like that seriously. But if you're like, hey, Matt, like I've done some of the engineering design on the Falcon 9, and I think there's a fundamental flaw with the neutron design, etc. Rocket Lab is not going to do well. I'll be like, oh shit, like I'm paying attention now. Like you got my attention. Versus somebody that's just like Rocket Lab, and not only that, but when you're throwing in stuff like that with just like asinine, like fake comments, you're scaring people, rightly or wrongly, right? You could be completely right. Rocket Lab could suck. I don't agree with that statement, but it very well could. You could see something that I don't. But when you just say Rocket Lab sucks, I don't know to believe you or not, or to pay attention or not. And same thing when so it's the same thing politically. Like, I think it's very funny when it's just like, whenever I point back something and maybe give like a counterpoint to somebody's political opinion or X opinion on a stock, they're like, well, you're fat. And it's like, well, that's really great, my guy. Like, do you have any actual, and I say that a lot. Like, people will be like, this company sucks. And I'll be like, dive deep. I literally use this. I should copy and paste it and have it ready on my notes. I'm like, dive deeper on that. And then most of the time, 90% of the time, you don't hear anything back. It's like, so you're just like spreading misinformation and you're angry at yourself. And you haven't done enough due diligence. And I'll admit when I don't know something, like I say it all the time, and I still get dragged for it. Actually, I'm very curious what your guys' thoughts on this. I woke up not expecting a lot of feedback on this post, but a lot of you guys do like Ondas. And I don't think it's a horrible company. And that's what I said literally on my statement. Let me see here. This is what I said today. Before I went to bed last night, I did a little bit of research. So plenty of people asking me to talk about Ondas. Do not think the company is horrible, but with more knowledge on the growth prospects of the recent acquisitions, hard to see this going beyond a $10 to $15 billion company by 2035. The market cap is currently $4 billion. So not saying you won't make money, meaning it's going to be positive likely. Just will you be able to outpace the market like you want it to or expect it to? Right now, it's not entirely clear. To keep in mind, this is like, there's a lot of information. There's been 4 or 5 acquisitions over the past 6 months, a lot of dilution, which is good. They're obviously putting it to good use. They have 400 million in the backlog now, or sorry, cash on hand now. And so they have this opportunity to continue to acquire and grow the pipeline. But still, before all this, in the second quarter earnings, they were forecasting that by 2030, they might be making 100 million in EBITDA. And this is before all these acquisitions. Now they have these, 90 million in EBITDA. Now they have all these acquisitions and stuff like that. They're obviously growing they grew their revenue for 2025 due to the full closing of some of those. And now they're upping their guidance to 100 million or something like that in revenue for 2026. And still, maybe not seeing EBITDA break even or positive until the second half of 26. That's not a hit on the company. I'm just stating obvious here. So put that aside. Now, with all that said, right, those acquisitions are new. Maybe they needed fuel. Some of them might have been starved for capital. Now they're probably getting some. Now that they could potentially grow those faster. So now they have over 400 million in cash to feed them, to which revenue growth could accelerate from that. Because obviously, hey, we're going to grow 20 to 30% per year, but now we have 400 million in the backlog, cash on hand. We could potentially grow faster because now we're not capital constrained, right? That's the problem with some of these small companies that get capital constrained. Also, the company noted they want to do more acquisitions, could increase the EBITDA outlook in 2030, 2035. But as of right now, I don't see this being a $100 billion company. So 4 billion to 100, my thought process is like a lot of people are talking like this is going to be a 25x from where it is today. And so I'm sitting here like, okay, I could see it potentially getting to a 10 or 15 billion by 2035. Like maybe I'm missing something. Maybe people And so I had a lot of people not liking this. I woke up to over 100 likes, which is about par for some of my stuff these days. And a lot of people being like, you're an idiot, which is true. But a lot of people being like, you don't take into account all the acquisition pipeline and everything like that. I'm like, first and foremost, a $500 million revenue pipeline for 2026 means that if they acquired everything, will they acquire everything? No. And so I'm kind of curious, like, where do you see Ondas? Is it going to be a $10-15 billion company in 2035, or is it going to be a 25 to 50 billion? If it's 25 to 50 and you have serious reason as to why you think 25 to 50, then let me know, because that's enticing. That's compound annual growth rate of north of 15 to 20%. And so that would be something that's plausible, great to potentially invest in. But it just going to, like, I forget what I did. It was like 10 or 12 billion was like a 7 or 8% compound annual growth rate. It's like, is that worth it, or should I just stick with the S&P 500, which is likely to be less risk, less volatile? Keep in mind, this stock went to $4 from $12. Went to $4 in November. From $12 like in July, August, it went to $4 again by November. So, and is now just back up to over $12, back to all-time highs. So do you want that volatility of dropping 60%, 70%? Or would you rather invest in like the SPY and not have that single company man risk? So Steve is a good man. Steve's the best man. And somebody asked if we were live. We are live. We are live. Yeah, man, 26. I want to take a page out of Tanner's book. I want to do a little bit more Asana. Oh, he's planning on being the first million poster. Got it. He's got a long way to go. Stefan is exquisite. Yes, I do talk about VG and that a lot on Cash for Chronicles. Thanks, Zoe. You're the man, myth, and legend. Mitt would look good with curls. Yeah, man. If you have any, positive things, send them over on X. I think Microsoft's great, man. I just, I don't dislike it. I just think that Google Cloud will expand faster potentially, but I've been wrong on that. But I think the problem that it might not be expanding as fast, but maybe this helps. The thing that had me so bullish on Google when I started getting into it in 2022 was it would eventually get to profitability, which since then it has. But growing revenue at 20 to 30% once you hit profitability means the operating income is going to explode because you have an overhead. And once you get past that overhead and you get to like just break even, once you get to that point, like your revenue might grow 20, 30%, but your ops income might grow by 60 something percent annualized for several years. And so once that happens, you're going to see a kind of a leg up. And I think that that's what you have seen. People starting to realize that, coupled with the TPU stuff coming from Meta, etc. Like there's a lot of catalysts for Google. I think now people are starting to finally value it as appropriate. But that ops income will probably fall in line because gross margins are gross margins. The ops margins, I mean, I think they'll continue to accelerate into the 30s, but I think the easy win on the ops margin has been made. Now it's about kind of finding that terminal limit. And that's something I should actually look at, Austin. Thank you for bringing it to my attention because it's like, what's AWS's ops margin limit on AWS? And what's Azure, which is Microsoft's cloud platform? What is their terminal limit as well on ops margins? Because I haven't really looked at like, okay, should I expect better ops margins than Google or with Google? Or is it going to continue to climb there? Because right now, what I'm seeing is like my forecast is ops income is going to grow at a faster rate than revenue because you're in this place where you're just getting, not just getting to profitability, but you're recently profitable in that business. And so, you might go up by, let's say, I don't know, 10% in revenue, but your ops income is going to grow by 20% because, it's kind of, anyway. Steve's got a lot of passion for it. Steve does, so he deserves it. Thank you again for the $2 super chat between ATSMM, Amit, Tanner, Steve, Matt. Matt is the best looking guy. I don't know, man. Amit's a pretty good looking dude. We're all good looking guys. I also have very shit self confidence, so don't ever get me to say I'm better looking than anybody. Thanks for doing this stream. Appreciate you. Now go grab some food. Thank you. Appreciate you. I will. I do need to get something quick. BM&R, man, I will let you guys know. I'm very bullish on BM&R. Just I don't have a position as of yet. Actually, just to keep tabs on it. Whoops. I'll buy $10 worth of BM&R right now. Just keep tabs. $33. No. I don't want to market order, bro. Oh shit. That's not what I wanted to do. You order. I don't want to market order, bro. I hate market orders. I'll do it tomorrow if I remember. But second half of the year, when crypto's in the gutter, I think that's the place. How much does a petroleum engineer make? Good question. Can I please buy better headphones? I've actually thought about that. I have thought about that. So you're not alone there. But these are, for anybody that's actually looking for something cheap, these are actually good quality headphones. Obviously, I use the Yeti mic. That's a way better sound than what I get with the headphones. But these headphones do really well. And I think they're only like $35 on Amazon. So if you're looking for like a cheap gamer headset and you don't want to spend $200 for like a Turtle Beach or something, this headset is great. What company is it? Does it say? Nebwo? So my voice keeps fading. Sorry. I have my laptop fan is dying, and so it's making a clicking noise. And so I have the peripheral noise cut down. And so if I turn my head like this, it fades. So I should probably fix it a little bit. Actually, maybe let me get in here. Let me see. Input gain, signal cleanup, noise reduction. Let me reduce. Maybe that helps. I don't know. If it doesn't help, let me know. Yeah, I thought Steve did. I was looking at picking up some I still need to pick up Mega Evolutions, Destined Rivals. I'm still contemplating buying whatever those, what is it? It was black. Black Bolt and White Flare, I'm kind of like meh. I bought Phantasmal Flames twice actually. I thought because the whole pack is Mega Evolutions, it said Mega Evolutions as its first thing. I was like, oh, like this is a good price, and I rushed it. And it was Mega Evolutions Phantasmal Flames, and I thought I was getting Mega Evolutions, and so I was pretty upset. I was like, what the fuck? They sent me the wrong thing, and then I went online to either Amazon or Walmart or whatever, and it was like, no, it's Mega Evolutions Phantasmal Flames. I'm like, I'm an idiot. What's your New Year's resolution? To keep the health journey going. I would love to drop another couple, like 1 or 2 shirt sizes this year. I would love to start getting back into the gym. Find out my next steps. I really want to lean a little bit more with this whole White House thing. I still think there's an avenue where I can get a little bit more publicity out of that and leverage that. And that sounds very crude, but like I've obviously been doing YouTube now since 2017, and these live streams obviously aren't cutting it for me. So anything I can do, maybe it's just me, like obviously maybe I just have a punchable face, and that's not likable, but it's not for lack of trying, right? Like I'm not the best at streaming every day or anything like that, but there's people that do way less effort and have gotten and done way better than I have on X and as well as YouTube. And to me, it's always just been a marathon, not a sprint sort of thing. And it's opened great opportunities too, right? Like I was able to go to LC3 last year, and Palantir invited me to their headquarters in New York. And so it's not like, but I would love to be able to, like, people are like, Matt, why aren't you at CES? It's like, well, technically, if you look at what I've spent on due diligence and investor stuff and content for you guys, I've lost money, you know? So I would love to lean a little bit more into the YouTube thing. So figuring out a little bit more about that and trying to come up with a good way to leverage that and get on like Bloomberg and stuff like that in a good capacity, not by somehow ending up on the White House Live website, which I still have no idea how the hell that happened. But yeah, getting a little bit more about taking this investing thing more seriously. I don't not take it serious, but taking it to the next level, I think, and getting more professional about it versus it's been a hobby in the past. So yeah, and then also my health. Yeah, I stated that. I would love to buy a lot of the houses that I bought. This house I own 100% me. Obviously, there's a mortgage on it, but I own 100% me. The other houses that I have are partnerships. I'd love to get a couple. One specifically, like if I ever, whether or not this actually comes to fruition or not, I had an ambition a couple years ago to be like, my mind was. It's like anywhere I go that I actually love and would love to come back to, I would love to buy a home there, and then at some point be able to do rounds like, oh, I'm going to go to this place for a month, or if I wanted to go somewhere for a couple months, I could do that. And in the off season or the time I'm not there, rent it out to people, and or like people that are friendly with, like if Amit was like, hey, I'm going to, I don't know, let's just say Singapore, and I had a condo or something in Singapore. It's like, man, I'm going to Singapore. I'm like, stay at the place. You're good. You know, and then in the times that me or somebody else isn't there, you know, I rent it out. And that's kind of the hope, is like right now, I'd love to do that for the Jersey Shore. Like Wildwood. I think Wildwood might be the spot. I'm not 100%. If there's something else somewhere else nearby that I can get like a stupid beachfront deal, maybe I would do that instead. Even if it's not the most optimal place, because everywhere you can drive to, right? It's not like super far away. So it's like if I really needed to go somewhere in South Jersey or something, you know, it's within a drive. But beachfront, like that would be kind of the dream. But yeah, anyway, so some thoughts there. So I don't necessarily need to get the beachfront thing this year, but it would be nice to be able to buy a house within the next 18 to 24 months in that area. And so I'm really starting to stack cash, which is not like me. And so I'm trying to get to a couple $100,000 so that I can potentially put money down on something like that. Because not cheap to buy houses. Yep. Yeah, I'm able to change, when you got wealthy buying growth stocks at the right time, did you feel smart or ashamed or lucky for all of these? I'm just wondering, is you have a good, careful approach now? I do feel a sense of luck. I don't feel smart. I just feel like I've sifted through, and I'm all about failing fast, right? So like, if it's a company, how do I say this? There's always been foundational companies. Like foundational used to be like Wells Fargo, Realty Income, because those were like foundational dividend companies, like companies that I wanted to grow. Then there was always auxiliary positions, but I just always realized like having so many auxiliary positions, I wasn't able to keep track of a lot of them. And so to me now, time is more important. And so to me, I don't want to just give away time uselessly if that time could be continuing to make sure that my thesis is right on the things that I can control. So like I don't want to have 50 positions because that kind of dilutes the opportunity set. So for example, it's like had I focused on having 50 positions, my Rocket Lab position would not be as big. My Palantir position would not be as big. So like I wanted to make sure that whatever I'm investing in means something. So like if it does actually go up, I want to, so same thing with Next and VG, like I want to make sure those have 6 figures in them. So when they do go up by, 4x or 5 or 6x, like next decade, I think that has a potential to be a 7-figure position. Potentially actually more than that. Not more than 7 figures, but mid 7 figures on its way to 8 figures if it actually grows to where I want it to be. So I start with the end in mind. And I don't necessarily consider myself wealthy as of yet because I'm still working. So I don't know. Some people think I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. I know that for a fact. But ashamed, no. It's not like I mean, I'm not the best person in the world, but I'm not out here scamming people or trying to scam people. So no reason to feel ashamed of that. And there's an element of luck of stumbling on, having great conversations with people, hearing their opinions about stocks, etc. So, like I had, it might have been forever, if not ever. My one buddy and I were chatting about space stocks, and he mentioned Rocket Lab to me, and I had no idea. Like I had heard of the company, I'd heard they'd been successful a couple times. I had not known that they had gotten 17 vehicles successful into to space, and so that was news to me. And he was like, "They're going public via spec," and I was like, "Holy shit!" And I did due diligence, and but part of it also is just like continuing to. So like initially, like I didn't put $100,000 in a Rocket Lab day one. I put in $1,000, and then continued on and like doubled down and learned more. And so same thing with Nubank. Like I didn't dislike Nubank, and same thing with a lot of the companies I sell out of. I don't dislike them. Just because I sell them doesn't mean I've gone bearish. Doesn't mean I'm shorting them or anything like that. It's just like I have a small group, and that doesn't necessarily work for me. Like some people, like Steve, they like to buy a lot more positions than I do. And that's fine. But I'm more comfortable about like what is actually going to make a difference per se. And if it, and in this, keep in mind, like I'll be blunt with you guys. I don't know if you heard me say this the other day. I invest like $3,500 a month just in the S&P 500. So, twice a month, like not $7,000 in total, but like 1,800 one part of the month, and then 1,800 on the second part of the month every time I get paid. So that comes directly out of my paycheck. Part of it in my 401k, part of it, and that's not including the company match, by the way. Like that's just me putting it in. And so there's that. And then on top of that, any additional funds that I have at the end of the month, I'm like, time to put into the markets. And I also put money in to companies I like as well. $100 here, $200 here. And then if I have excess money at the end of the month, I'm like, I like Amazon this month, I'm gonna put more into Amazon, or I do a little bit of that. But so I don't know. I don't want to say lucky per se, but I like to fail fast. Got the wrong end of the stick. Didn't plan on staying up this late. Cream whackered and enjoyed the stream. Don't know what that means. Was meant to do some DD though, but CES and Matt was too good. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you staying up late for me. What was it? Hold on. What does he say? Let me see. No, I don't have it in here. Okay, never mind. I don't, for some reason I have the clip, like the beginning part. That's my quant piece, but I don't have the he won a math competition in China when he was 10 or whatever. I don't remember what he says, but so funny. Dutch Bros is Dutch Bros, man. Hasn't really changed. It's not a very complex business model. But I don't know if I told you this. Maybe I did. I got 2 sliders, and the sliders were pretty tasty. There are videos of me and Mr. Patel about Oscar. And the reason why I sold out of Oscar is because I still am scared about what ends up happening. Like there's just a lot of regulatory. And so that's why I trimmed. I made a little bit of money and I was like, do I actually want, I mean, it wasn't small. The position was not small. The position was third of a position, half of a position. Like it was a lot of money. And so, to make 10-15% in a week, I took my money and I ran. Fairlife is delicious. Fairlife is good. By this point, I feel like I've mentioned this twice on the stream. So, who's up in the stock draft? That's good. That's a good question. What was it? 2025stockdraft.com? Got to do it, right? Daily close. Mitt's slacking, so I gotta do his job for him, like, what are you doing over there? Just kidding. I really hope he gets an interview with Jensen. That'd be awesome. Oh, wait, is this? I just want to make sure before I boast that this is all time or just today. No, 10 or 1 today. Okay, all time. It's you, boy. Mateus. Let's see. Why is Mitt? What's dragging a Mitt down? Duolingo. So he's up on pretty much everything except Duolingo, pulling him down. Steven. This is the thing that bothers me. Y'all over here fantasizing, loving Steve, giving him all the love, Like, you don't come to your boys' stream, but you go to Steve's. It's messed up. What? Oh, we got to get this fixed for Steve. MSTR is actually 57% down, but Netflix. Yeah, we need to get this fixed for Steve. I forget who made this site. Rally him up and fix it. Tanner. I don't think he has any of that stuff. ServiceNow also potentially the same. Trade Desk is actually down, but ServiceNow, I believe, was a stock split. So they could be. Was it Almit? It was Duolingo didn't split, did it? It's just is in the shitter. And then Hot Chris. I think Elf is actually just down, and same with Nova Nordisk and Axon. So I think with that, I think Steve would pull ahead of Hot Chris. I might be wrong on that, but it would be much closer in the 4 and 5. But everybody's up except for Steve. But I feel like if Steve fixes his Netflix, he's going to be up. So yeah, I've yet to try Liquid Death. Isn't it just? I thought Liquid Death was just water. I would buy 10 grand of the SpaceX IPO just to be a part of it. I don't expect to make money on it. So there's a story to this. So I wanted to buy a property when I first moved to Houston in 2013, 2014. And then my parents and I chatted. And one of the reasons I joined the oil industry is I wanted to see a little bit of the world and travel a little bit more. And honestly, I thought I would do a little bit more traveling than I have. It's not to hit on my workplace or anything like that. It's, the pandemic and oil prices going from, $80 a barrel to like $30 a barrel in 2015. So, you can't win everything. And so, I thought I'd be traveling a little bit more. And so I was kind of like, I'm not going to buy any houses. I'll wait till I move back. And then as well, my thought process is like, I'm a very simple dude. Like, you come to my house, you'd be like, this is all you have. Like, I don't have a lot of stuff. I like stocks. That's my hobbies. I've started to accumulate more books and stuff like that. But my thought process is I'm eventually going to meet a lady, hopefully, fingers crossed. And she's going to be like, I want to buy a different house. So my thought process is like, well, why buy a house now if I meet a lady and she wants to buy a house? Like, I'll just save the money. But now I look at them more as like banks, like buying a house as a bank because you can borrow against yourself. So to answer the question, how old was I? 31, 30. It was one of the houses in New Jersey, and then I bought this house in 2023. So I've had it for about 2 and some years. Flying out of Houston Wednesday. Best place to grab food. In Houston, depends on what you want. You want to like eat. There's a sneaky good Korean spot that I go to. I'd say Korean food, like, and then Chinatown has some good Chinese food as well. You want barbecue? Barbecue, I'd say Pit Room is probably the best balance of price, so affordability, taste, as well as convenience. You're not going to be waiting forever in line. But it's not like $8 barbecue where it's like, yeah, you can taste it's not the best quality, Me and Tess, yeah, we hung out when I was in London. Yeah, November. Yeah, early November. You'll have to tell me when we meet up next, Miss Laura. I think I can tell a difference, but yes, Keto does agree with me. Yes, it more so agrees with me than eating a bunch, because I can get, like, if I just eat a lot of carbs and stuff like that, I just feel like my body just doesn't respond well. Wow, I'm almost like an hour behind on the chat. I'm sorry. Let's see. Let me see if I can get after it. Thank you for so much chat. Shem Pasta, thank you for meeting up on Twitch. Love that. Much appreciated. So answer the property question. Zevia Cherry Coke. I don't know if I have that, but if it's in there, I'll have to try it. I got 4 different flavors. Hold on, let me see which one. Which ones I got. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again. His name is Stevie. Pineapple Paradise. Strawberry Kiwi. I had this pink one. This is the one I had earlier. Watermelon. I was not a fan. Peach passion fruit. You're saying the cherry Coke one. Interesting. Once again, guys, I know we were watching the CES, but if you guys could, and I'm trying to work out the bugs, but I am trying to make a really good real-time. Oh, good old Steve over here is going on with Mr. Patel. He doesn't even invite you, boy. Steven, I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes, Steven. I'm trying to work out the bugs. For some reason, it keeps crashing. I think I'm doing too high quality and it's like crashing it out. But please be sure to like the Street Exchange. It's going to be, let me just like bring it up. I think it's pretty badass. I'm really proud of this. But let me bring this up on the other chat or other screen. Oh, but you can see Hot TJ's live. In a bit. This is from earlier. Okay. But yeah, for example, TJ was live earlier. And let me share this tab. And the hope is like you can get a good idea as to like who's live, the schedule for the day, top daily movers. So you can get some macro news. Let me move. And so yeah, Mitt was live earlier, so you can see a Mitt. It'll cycle between the two. There's no sound, obviously, for those. In fact, I have some good tunes. I'm gonna upgrade the tunes in the background, but you can get some good information: fear and greed, the VIX, some more macroeconomic news, like oil stocks, etc. That was like a headline earlier, and then it says it on here. Sorry, this is ticker specific, so this was like for Chevron and Amazon, ahead of that, and then you have kind of what's going on with the SPY. So like the thought process is like this is like a Bloomberg-esque sort of thing, and So trying to just make it. I think it has too much going on, so I might have to like fix it a little bit because like it'll run for a couple days sometimes, but then it just shuts on down. So hopefully I can get it running nonstop for you guys. But the hope is people can hop in there, have some conversations. So between a midstream and Tanner stream, you might not want to get off, but you still want to have conversations, or say the 400 or 500 of you, or I'm going to get off here in say 5-10 minutes, and maybe 15 minutes. The stream is ending, but you might be waiting to chat before Steve gets on. Continue the conversation over there, while you're being able to look at ticker symbol news coming in, and all that's automated, right? So it's not me going in there manually. It's like as soon as it's changing, it's changing. So let's see. Do I own Hood? No, I do have some a leap or two on it though. Next time in Miami, dude. Yes, for sure. For sure. Miami was a good time, man. Miami was a great time. Appreciate you spending so much time with me, man. It was a lot of fun. Learned a lot about you. You're a smart cookie. Really smart cookie. Why you are very in Rocket Lab? I like the stock. Oh no, you didn't even see it. Yeah, you're the man. Somebody let know. I don't think I'm in the group chat with him anymore, but if you guys let Savici know, he's the man, the myth, and the legend, dude. He's a good dude. Yeah, vague versus specific. 100%. $2 from Sid. I love Rocket Lab. Been in it since May 2025, up 47%. Congrats. Dave, you're the man, dude. Hopefully you saw me call you out, but that was not call you out in a bad way, but you're the man. I appreciate you. I'm trying to catch up, guys. Trying to catch up. Johnny Utah, what's going on, my guy? And I saw Zoe in there. I don't know if I called Zoe out. What's up, my guy? You're the dude. You're that guy. I love Zoe. Love Zoe. Zoe, are you going to be in New York, my guy? Excuse me. If Ondas gets the railway security contract, could be massive, especially if they get certs for Canada and Mexico. Big if. Okay, so I'll keep track. And the nice thing is like I was saying, like I need more certainty. A lot of people are like, you're an idiot, and I'm like, dude, like I need investor day. So but investor day I think is coming January 16th. So I'll be watching. I could take my tune on Ondas. Like I said, I don't think it's bad. I just the way I stated it was like I just don't know if it's going to outpace the market with the fact that it's up so much. It's up 500, 600%, and even over 1,000% from the lows. Probably closer to 1,500% from the lows. So, it's been bid up for a reason, but is it really? I don't know. Fly, I think they're going to continue to do well. They're getting a lot of good contracts, but they were able to land on the moon and help with Rocket Lab's navigational services, but they're struggling with their launch. And so if you can't get launch right, I'm curious to see where the rest of Fly goes. Firefly is the company. And that is also another thing I'm looking at is like people were like, but isn't it like Rocket Lab or Palantir? And I'm like, I see a little bit more of a moat with Palantir and Rocket Lab than I do with drones. Like, I'm not trying to be that guy to be like, my company is better than yours, but there's a lot of drone companies, guys. A lot. And And so, and like you stated, like if they're able to diversify and find other avenues, it's not to say that drones can't be one part of their business, which alone could be worth $3 to $4 billion. But they need other avenues. And like while they say there's a potential pipeline, it's like you can bet on that, but am I willing to add a substantial amount of money to bet on that? And that whole pipeline, while it's 500 million for 2026 in terms of revenue, they're not going to get that whole thing. So anyway, no, I'm not shorting Tesla. First thing I do when researching companies, look at the TAM comparable to the current market cap. I love that. He's got a good hair consultant. I've heard the truth. Yeah, that's one of the things. I've wanted to potentially start getting into the sauna. I think Cheniere is great. Printing money, doing well. I think that right now LNG is just in a pretty big shitter. And they're going to continue to expand. I think they're going to be easily the number 2 player by 2030, 2035. They're number 1 right now in export in the US. So yeah, I just think that Venture Global will overtake them at some point. So this is me. I mean, I think the thing that I like most about real estate is, I don't know, I feel good about it. But the thing I love most, if I were to choose one or the other, I'd probably choose stocks because I like the liquidity aspect of it. It makes me feel better at night to an extent. They make me feel better in different ways. So I'm not a Nebius, but wishing everybody the best. I don't dislike the company. I appreciate that, Miss Laura. But Tanner, Amit, and Hot Steve, man. Call him Hot Steve for a reason. Yeah, I think that crypto will go into winter, towards a winter starting in. I still think that 1Q, you might see a peak when that might be what's kind of going on right now with Bitcoin. But yeah, I think towards the second half of this year, it's when I'm going to start picking up a lot more. Crypto specific stocks like Coinbase. I really hope that Kraken goes public, not Kraken Robotics, but Kraken, the crypto broker. Leslie, that really means a lot to me, my man. I really try. And I don't say man, like I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but I just say my man to everybody. In case I need to chat with somebody. So I don't know how Steve and Amit do it. Like they don't like, how do I say this? They're able to, I don't know if they're able to like somehow reduce it. I don't know. But obviously I want to be able to listen to the things that I put on screen, and I don't know how to listen as well as not hear you guys. Like I have an external microphone. So if I were to play it on here, you would hear it. So you'd hear it twice. Does that make sense? So I like to be able to listen to it with you guys. And also another thing is, if you're, one of the things you could also do is you could have playback on here. So it could be like a 0.1 second delay. And if I'm talking, I could actually play it in here. I don't do that. I've done it in the past though, specifically when I was trying to tune this, this microphone to a point where I liked it, and I got it to a place where I think it's best. So better than Amit's basement. Here, you heard it first. What are my financial goals for this year? I'm still trying to figure that one out. Breaking the 8-figure mark would be dope, but I don't foresee that in the cards this year. That's a lot. Financial goals, if I was able to figure out between now and the end of the year purchasing a house, getting enough cash to be able to purchase a rental in Jersey, that'd be optimal. I think about this house is doing well as well. I want to refinance this house. I want to refinance a lot of the homes, but only if it's appropriate. I don't want to refinance too early, and I just don't think that mortgage rates are playing well. So I'd love to refinance a couple of the properties because all my properties are like 7% plus. Unfortunately, I got into real estate at the wrong time. I do want to get on CNBC. That's a goal this year, in some way, shape, or form. That wouldn't be bad if Kent, depending how prices look for Kent. Steve doesn't leave New York. I'm surprised that Steve even said he went to Atlantic City. At the moment I'm not buying ONDS, but I don't buy a lot of stocks. That doesn't mean I think it was funny. Like people were like, Matt's shorting ONDS. I'm like, did I say I was shorting ONDS? Like just because I say it might not beat the market, apparently I'm shorting the company, and apparently I'm bearish. Heard it here first. Yeah, dude, that northeastern part of Oregon and the eastern part of Oregon I've heard is just absolutely phenomenal. Oh, we got Dusty D in here. Saving for a house. Hard to stack cash and not throw on the market. It's tough, dude. Dusty, I'm just saying, man, you've kicked up the X game, or maybe I've just witnessed you doing well on X lately. Keep it up, dude. You're absolutely killing it. Paraphrasing, he said he didn't see more than 2x growth without more money or catalysts. Yeah, I mean, I for Ondas, yeah. And it's not to say I don't think that. So let me rephrase that. Market cap growth, right? Like the underlying company, I believe, will grow much further than where they are today. But I believe that the current market value, based off of the current prices, the current company underlying, is a lot. People are pricing in a lot of potential that has yet to show up, unless, and this is a big unless, they come to the table on January 16th and be like, we are underselling all the current acquisitions. So I have some leaps, but the thing that I dislike about leaps is like a lot of times these companies are companies I want to buy long term. So like buying Rocket Lab, buying Venture Global, all that stuff. It's like I plan on holding those to 2030. So it's pretty tough. Unless I see a big leverage position, like with Rocket Lab when it dipped to below 20 earlier this year in 2025. I bought a lot of leaps because I knew it was going to be like a V-shaped recovery, to which it was. And I was like, I can buy more with this, say $5,000-$10,000 than shares. And so eventually I plan on converting those because I bought them. I mean, they were in the money calls. They weren't out of the money. So I think I have some like $5 calls, some 7s, some 10s. So yeah, I plan on just converting those to shares. I don't hate uranium, and I've had UEC on the channel back in 2021, 2022. So, but how they're doing now, I don't know. Currently, monthly money is going into Amazon, VG, Next, Bros. I think I said Amazon already. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Northern Oil and Gas, Granite Ridge Resources. Yeah. Buy a farm. What's my average cost on VG? I'm actually the cost average is not much higher what it is today. I think I'm only down like a couple percentage points on the whole thing. Pork chop at Landry's. Never had the pork chop at Landry's. Go to Res Rocks. Yeah, Tess went to the pit room. That's awesome. I'm finally catching up a little bit. Yes, I am very behind. Yes. LNG. I didn't put that together, Laura. I didn't realize that LNG was your initials, but yeah. Makes sense. Street exchange there. I'm bullish LNG. Yeah, this is mine. That Bloomberg like thing. Yeah. Dude, Amit's done really well on his private venture stuff, so Amit might be the king. Steve might be the king. Chris might be the king. I really don't look at it like that way. I'm running my own race, so like Steve's older, Chris is older than me. Amit's younger than me, so really. Didn't realize that. Venezuela's always been using Bitcoin. Now, if you mean officially, like an official currency, then different. But I think that's what people have been using. Nobody wants to trade out of Venezuelan currency to US dollar or US dollar to Venezuelan. I'll always say this: if some islands come up for sale in Venezuela, for those of you, there's 444 of you, so I'm sure some of you guys don't know my history. I was actually working in Trinidad and Tobago in 2019 and 2020, so it's not very far off the coast of Venezuela. It should basically be a Venezuelan island. But yeah, so I had a little bit of experience with people being refugees coming to Trinidad and Tobago. And beautiful beaches. I had a lot of friends in Trinidad. They were like, we used to go to Venezuela all the time. You know, it's the shit. Early 2000s when Venezuela was still popping off, they loved it. They would go for shopping but I was like, why not now? I don't see anybody going now. And they're like, no, it's just not there anymore. So yeah, if I could buy an island or something, even if it was like risking a couple $100,000, because who knows what this regime change is going to be, I'd risk a couple $100,000 because it's a fucking island, dude. I I haven't looked in depth, but the numbers I basically looked at for it's not really understanding why it's trading for so cheap. What's a fun goal for myself? Making money, June. Making money. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Fun? I don't know. I used to own SoFi. I don't dislike the company. I've made a lot of money on SoFi. I just I don't know. I just try to keep the amount of money in different stocks down. The easiest way is through super chat, but I don't want you guys to super chat. I'm scrolling through the best if I can. If you ask it enough, as long as you're not spamming, then I'll surely be. And if you really want to answer a question, you can always message me on X. You know, a lot of people are chatting, so I'm trying to best. Like the thing that people always get frustrated about people like he's not answering. It's like you don't necessarily know. You're reading everybody's messages, right? And I'm not part of the conversation, and I'm trying to like respond to certain things, and so I'm not upset, by the way. I'm just explaining. So I think sometimes people are like, why is he answering? It's like I'm trying to keep up with the chat, explain stuff, answer questions, as well as try to decipher like who's chatting with one another and who's asking me a question. So are you messing with us about the no ads midstream because I still get them? So if you leave and come back, you will get an ad. If you are here and you've been here since the beginning, like the midstream part, midstream is very important in that. If you leave the stream and come back, you're probably going to get an ad. I'll double check, but I'm fairly certain. Yeah, no, mid-roll ads are off. I haven't done any. If you want, I could put one in. It's telling me to put one in, actually. I've answered this in the past, but I recognize it's a new audience. If I had to choose, it doesn't matter what I would choose. I think it matters why you would choose it, and if any at all. I had somebody reach out to me the other day, like, Matt, I have a year to invest. You know, what should I invest in? And I was like, probably neither of these. So, you know, I think it really just depends on what your time horizons are. Just because I'm investing in a stock, doesn't mean that you should. Like it always, I don't want to say peer pressure. Like it sounds stupid, but like just because I jump off a bridge, does that mean you should? Like, you know, you have to figure out if it's right for you. For a simple answer on this one, for you to kind of weigh it and maybe contemplate it for your portfolio if it's right. First and foremost, if you don't have a 5 to 10 year time horizon, I wouldn't look at either of these companies. But one is currently producing gas and is making a lot of gas and exporting it, and is going to be bringing on a third facility here pretty soon. The other is a single facility asset, and is pre-revenue, so it has yet to export any gas. So, and it won't for the next 2 to 3 years. So one is actually generating revenue, one is not, and so. Yeah, somebody asked about robotics. I like Symbotic. That's one I'm looking at. The thing that's giving me pause. This is the thing with robotics, right? Robotics is a very broad term. It's like saying, hey, I'm buying an automobile. It's like, you think about it, it's like, hopefully this makes sense. It's like, I'm buying an automobile. Oh, that's awesome, Matt. What automobile are you buying? And it's like, well, I could buy a bus, I could buy a car, I could buy a race car, I could buy a sedan, I could buy an SUV. It's like, what purpose am I buying robotics? And so I'm not saying that I actually think robotics is going to be a big piece 2026 as it has been in 2025 and 2024. The thing I'm trying to understand is what kind of robotics do I want to be involved in? Do I actually want to be in consumer facing robotics? Do I want to be in warehouse robotics? Do I want to be in more utility sort of like robotics? Do I want to be involved in like, so like what kind of robotics am I interested in? And so the ones that I've seen, I think the most use of is Amazon and Symbotic doing really good in GXO, not QXO, but GXO logistics. And so the problem that I have with Symbotic is that 85% of the revenue currently comes from Walmart, which is good and negative, right? Positive, you're getting all this business from Walmart. Negative, that why aren't the other things popping off? And so they've been in partnership with Walmart since 2015. So is it just the length that they've been involved in it? Or is it the fact that the other things just aren't taking up? But they're getting more business with Walmart. So it wasn't just the distribution warehouses. Now it's getting to like the, hey, the Walmart pickup, stuff. Do you want to take care of that? So their business Walmart, like Walmart is fully involved. My fear is also will Walmart pull out and anyway. You're not retarded. So by no means, it's very like it's a very particular statement, right? No stream ads. That would mean like even when you click on it, right? But midstream. That's why I specified the midstream, because I just want to make sure people recognize that. Because a lot of people were complaining. June at one point, she made it very well known that there was ads. And so eventually I got tired of hearing it. And also I'm trying to just grow the platform. And so, yeah. Miss Laura, thank you. I'm seeing here in the regular chat. Appreciate you being on here. I don't know if I've seen you before. So, but yeah, that's the hope, is make a little bit of money by doing these things. And that actually, so that SUV came from Garcia made the Tacoma version, and I basically just went on to Gemini and said, make this an SUV. So that's not a rendered photo from Tesla or anything like that. Heard you're looking for a husband. No, it's generally not the way I roll. Generally not the way I roll. High emphasis on the way I roll, because I do not. But somebody's into that. Good for them. All the power to them. Yeah, I didn't realize this. So like when I first did this thumbnail, I didn't realize like the photo. I just looked at like the thumbnail like on a phone screen. I didn't zoom in. Then I blew it up and I was looking at it and I was like, that doesn't look like me at all. But like I'm midstream, so I can't really adjust it. And I think it's just, I was like, whatever. It's people get it. So. Oh, there you go. Sorry about that. I knew that Rocket Lab had some success back in 2021, 2020. They were increasing cadence and stuff like that. Maybe not to that extent, but I knew that they had a couple launches under their belt, but I didn't know they were going public. And so my one buddy mentioned it to me one day, and this is when space stocks were getting pretty big. I was like, I'll look into it. And so I looked into it and I bought, I don't know, couple hundred shares, maybe 100 shares. I don't remember. It was a small position. And then as other space companies started to waver, like my Virgin Galactic, and it had high hopes for that. Then I realized that Richard Branson is more of a marketer rather than an execution guy. Sold out of that, put the money into to Rocket Lab. And then same thing with a bunch of other stuff, just like continue to add. And then once the execution was there, I was like, yep, like that's when in 2022, 2023, that's when I was really like, these guys are getting my money. So that's the thing, man. I try to tell people in Steve's chat, they always complain because Steve does a lot of ads, which is fine. You know, you get different stories for different folks. And I'm like, you get the same stream over here on Mateus Moonlaw's channel. A lot of my buddies went to Westchester, brother. Great place. Awesome. I went to Penn State personally, but for you, since you'll know, I grew up in Berwyn. That's where I was born at Bryn Mawr Hospital. I'll just say one thing. I can't answer. I try my best to answer as much stuff I can about oil and gas. Can't answer everything because obviously I work in the business. Don't you get paid via ads? Why would we not want you to get paid? I don't know. Ask June. Ask June. No, some people, I get it. Like you can overdo it with ads for sure. And I get it. You know, some people can't put themselves in other people's shoes, right? So some people, I'm not calling out June specifically. I'm just saying in general, you know, you're getting a lot of this information for free. I'm not asking for money, although I do appreciate people subscribing and gifting and super chats, but you don't have to do that. But it is nice because I think I make more from the super chats and stuff than I do from advertising, obviously. But people like to point it out. And so if that's really the case, I'm trialing something, you know, if it's really the case that that's what's going to get me to a bigger opportunity and bigger influence, I'd rather have a bigger influence. Not really influence. I don't really want to influence anybody. I'd rather have a bigger audience where I can help more people. And I'm just like thinking about it. I'm like, with a bigger audience, more people I can help. It's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like, if I'm able to get closer to 100,000 people because I'm not giving as many ads in the long term, you know, it'll hopefully pay its own weight that like, oh, 100,000 people are following this guy. Maybe he has something to say. And, you know, so I don't want the ads to kind of be a detractor away from like, fuck this guy, he puts too many ads, I'm not subscribing. I don't know. And my ad revenue has gone down substantially because of that. But I don't know. Like, I think my subscribers have gone up a little bit. I don't know. Anyway, what's the biggest life lesson you've learned outside stocks or making money? This is a funny one. This is a funny one, and then I gotta run because I need to eat, and then I have a meeting in a little bit. But I was telling my nephew this one because, you know, I try to instill wisdom, right? Because like, if you hear stuff from your parents, you know, you might be like, screw that, mom and dad, you know, you don't know what you're talking about, you know. So I try to be like, hey, I don't live in Pennsylvania. Hey, I live a completely different life than your parents. Hey, this is my sort of stuff. So like every once in a while I'll have like a little Matt preach to your nephew sort of thing. And, you know, offering that other perspective, because I'm a single guy as well, right? Like he looks at it from a different perspective because they're his parents. I'm just a guy out in the world who's just older than him, right? Like by 20 years. So, so there's that. So, what was I going to say? So my dad told me this one, I forget what it was, but it's just like one of those other things, like a fatherly, like, hey, let me tell my son something to give him a piece of advice. And out of the blue, I wasn't like, Dad, give me a piece of advice. It was just like, Matt, I need to tell you something. And Big Ed was a good guy. I love him. I miss him every day. But he was like, Matt, I need to tell you something. I was like, what's that, Dad? And I forget what we were doing. We're just like hanging out or something. We weren't doing any work or anything like that. I was just like, I just need to tell you this. He's like, women are trouble. And you can take that a multitude of ways. Like, obviously, like, women are trouble. Like, actually, you gonna get angry? Are they just gonna get you into trouble? So very, very thought-provoking exercise with that one. Women are trouble was his first part of the statement. And the second part was constipation sucks. And I mean, I haven't really struggled with the second part, but I've definitely struggled with the first part. That's why I'm still single. So yeah, women are trouble. But it's the truth. But anyway, yeah, you could take that a bunch of different ways. Bunch of different ways, whether or not it's like, is that a bad thing that women are trouble? Women are women, you know? But the constipation sucks thing, I've had constipation a couple times, not great, not fun. But luckily I don't, it's not, what's the word I'm looking for? Not regularly a problem. Constipation is less of the problem of the two. Yes, you're very right. I do not, I'm very logical in my communications. And so I'm not saying that women are illogical, but I'm very blunt, and like somebody asks a question and I'll just be like, this is the point, very succinctly, rather than wanting to like converse about it and crowd think about it and talk it over a lot. I'm like, nope, this is it. Like, I'm very much like so that I in retrospect, sometimes I'm like, I was like, they really just wanted me to like comfort them there, didn't they? Because they asked a question like, what do you think about? And I was like, X. And then I was like, I'm moving on to the next thing. Right. And it's like, they really just wanted to like emotionally connect right there. And so anyway, that's why your boy's single, you know, your boy doesn't do that. But anyway, you guys rock. I appreciate you. I wasn't expecting to go 4 hours or so I got to do some work before I head to bed. And I also have some other stuff. But can I say how gross something is? This is why I always check. I used to make fun of my brother for doing this. But like, look at how gross the top of this can is. I didn't notice it when I bought it. And so I was about to drink it earlier. And I saw that and I was like, I got to clean this before I drink it. So just a reminder, like, people, I think sometimes they'll be like, Matt, why are you? So like every time even if it doesn't look dirty, I will like scrub it. Like but that is just like obviously dirty. So I got to like legit wash that. So but yeah, always just be cautious. You don't know. I don't know if that was like somebody dropped a can and it just happened to spray on top. Yes, Amazon is up there. It is a very large position. I plan to get it to 1,000 shares. In short, and I'll end on this. I think Amazon will be a $10 trillion company one day. They have a 10.5 billion shares. So 1,000 shares, $10 trillion. Sorry. 10.5 billion shares outstanding, $10 trillion market cap. It's going to be approximately $1,000 a share. You have 1,000 shares times 1,000, that'll be $1 million. So my thought process is no strikes, because I plan on holding it to 2035 or beyond. So if you come across calls that go out to 2035 or beyond, maybe I'd buy some. But yeah, that's part of the thing. I that's, I'm not a guy that tries to do the 6 month or like in year sort of stuff. So to me, it's like, if I buy a company, it's because I plan on holding it for, potentially 5 to 10 years, maybe more. And so, unfortunately, unless there's a quick turnaround, like when Rocket Lab went below $20 earlier in the year, I was like, this is going to be quick. And I was right. So eventually I'm going to turn those into shares, but yeah. Cool. You guys rock. Thank you. And hopefully I will see you guys on the next stream. And if you guys could, please, oh, please, if you could, subscribe to the Street Exchange. I hope that will eventually be something that is always running and generating some revenue. And I have plans if that starts generating revenue with what I'll do with that money, because I think that there's a market for some other things beyond this. So you guys rock, and I will see you guys on the next one. Cheers.
That's my quant.
Your what?
My quantitative.
You show me a pay stub for $72,000 on it, I quit my job right now and I work for you.
Be first, be smarter, or cheat.
I'm not fucking leaving.
Sell it all today.
Or look at his face. It's beautiful.
Welcome to the fucking show.